Sometimes I really wanna know. Williams, what's up? W stream live stream? Yeah, it was a banger. Yo! What's up, chillin'? Chillin', bro. But it drives uphill. But I don't know when to turn. You thought the house? How am I? I'm living life, man. Living a fucking life. But now I learn. Doo doo. Genuinely thought you were getting robbed. That's funny. I'm out here robbing motherfuckers and they don't even know.
Caught up in the moment getting misty guy. About to give my past life a long kiss goodnight. This dream difficult for me to visualize. But I was real when they said the limit is the sky. But my feet still on solid ground. No more stalling now. On the road to get it, cause when it rained it poured. But now the storm finally calming down. I'm from a cut that's driving. The sun is shining. My strain piece studded with a ton of diamonds. I ain't got a bunch of money on the constant grind. Still a beast being blunted with my stomach growling. In the darkest alley, got the heart to fight. I see the stars are bright. They screaming Johnny Value. Rappers on the bite me, they crocodiling. I'll be up and even Marcus smiling. Try to walk a mile and I'm a J play a Maybelline. You can say that you played in the major league. With my heart on my sleeve on the stage and leave. I feel wet from the sweat of my famous tea. I'm never scared, fuck shaking like a Maple League. Cause what the ways for me is unknown. So I lit up my J from my get up with straight crown raw. Now I'm in my zone. Said the north, right up 85 north in airports. Working breaking down doors and barriers. Still representing Georgia. I'm feeling the support. Spread the word, cause the more the merrier. Nobody blowing off the torch. I carry. Got ignore them every time they point and stare at George. All because I got Jordans on. I got a gorgeous blonde and my jewelry blinds. I got stupid style. Getting paid on music now. I'm putting huge amounts inside a few accounts. I gotta cool this down in case you wanna come and duke it out. If I was you, I thought I'd do some bounce. So we just blew an ounce. My hotel room looking like a hookah lounge. I'm blowing up like a bazooka round. I got booed and bad, but stay positive. Even when I didn't have a pot to piss in, I was sitting on the bottom city plotting this. And I'll be fine dining at the Optimist. I got a black sea bass and a lobster biscuit. Took a shot of whiskey to the dome. Made a toast to the homies that are gone. Two for the fans and the love they shown. I'm in my zone.
calendar at this caliber's for the life of a bachelor. I'm burning through cannabis, canister after canister. So many cameras, they flashing, I never glance at them. Lost inside of a land full of thoughts while watching this dancer. I'm wondering to myself if she's got some
BL in the building. Oh, I'm in the zone, man. Yeah.
Now tell me who can stop me. I'm in the zone. Competition's none in a league of my own. All about the W. I'ma bring it home when it's over with. I'ma be the king of the throne. Now who can stop me? I'm in the zone. Competition's none in a league of my own. All about the W. I'ma bring it home when it's over with. I'ma be the king of the throne. I'm in the zone. Look, I'm in the zone. The competition whack. Tell them let's get it on. My hustle game crazy and I'ma finish strong. You threw up so many bricks, you probably could build a home. I done came a long way. This is what the grind make. Everybody want to shine, don't know what the shine take. You mad that I'm playing? Call it sideline. Hey, it ain't over till it's over. Buzzer be the mind state. If I ain't in the zone, then what you call this? They ask me how I do it. I tell them all wrist. Why y'all miss? I could probably do a backflip, fade away, and still watch the ball switch. Camera flash when I step up to the podium. Haters looking salty, easy on the sodium. You should plan to lose if you thinking about folding them. Even with a joystick, it's still no control. No can stop me. I'm in the zone. Competition's none in a league of my own. All about the W. I'ma bring it home when it's over with. I'ma be the king of the throne. Now who can stop me? I'm in the zone. Competition's none in a league of my own. All about the W. I'ma bring it home when it's over with. I'ma be the king of the throne. I'm in the zone. And you can't take me out of that. At the top now, but the bottom's where they found me at. So if I'm down this fact, I'm like Dennis Rodman with the rebound when it come to bouncing back. It's like the Bulls is at the draft and I'm 23. I'm Mike with it, I feel bad for who checking me. Passed in ahead of B, that you can never be. All about the W like after the letter V. They say they win, but I ain't heard of them cats. And since we talking about a winner, I am certainly that. Hey, came to play, but now I'm turning them back. Good boy slow, I'm wearing retired jerseys. Hey, yeah, just look up. My kicks lace, my team strong. They sleeping on me, dream on. They know I ain't stopping until the ring's on. Hey, look, I'm headed for greatness, and this the team song. Stop me, I'm in the zone. Competition's none in a league of my own. All about the W, I'ma bring it home.
What's up, bud?
It's over with, I'ma be the king of the throne. Now who can stop me? I'm in the zone. Competition's none in a league of my own. All about the W, I'ma bring it home when it's over with. I'ma be the king of the throne. I'm in the zone, in the zone, in the zone.
Tokes up.
This the Fino Hunt. We burn vibes, we don't breathe on blunts. I've been eating all month, I don't need no lunch. This the Bay in LA, California Kings. Keep exotic in our lungs, keep that blue dream. 2 zips to the fly, where the sweet tea at? Stiletto in the limoncello, we need that. We breathe that. Next level head stash, let 'em make memes. I sit back and watch the bread stack. Look, you see I'm on one. Play with me, I'm the wrong one. Let me show you how to keep the price up. Shit moves so quick, I put some more lights up. If you get the right cut, you can step your life up. Do the whole plant hang, don't fuck the dry up. I'm a shot caller, homie, I don't keep the ice tucked. Came a long way from shipping on the road, 5 trucks. Want it all. Big home, money and cars. It feel good to be alive. California is ours. I want it all. Yeah, the money.
Bro, I haven't even killed him once yet.
Be real, we running the game. I want it all. Plush light, plenty of ice, a little spot on the island for the kids and the wife. I want it all. Everything from seed to sale. It feel good to watch the team prevail. I want it all.
See it, you want it, you buy it. You see others with it and you say, I wanna try it. In the higher got hit with the
smoking on the loudest on the floor, feeling so large. Now we in the Sofitel box session, it is hell. Front desk complaining about the weed smell. Oh well, burn a roll, another one. Focus on the good vibes, with lives matter. Let's get it now. We arrive, feeling alive. Yeah, the weed life high on me, high on me. Nothing gets by on me like Zion B. Hard in the paint, on something you ain't. Cannabis ain't. Look at the way fanatics try to have some restraint. It ain't easy with the strains popping off. Shout out to JBZ, had to run, never knew how to crawl. We on call, you don't know trick, we want it all.
I want it all. Big home, money, and cars. It feel good to be alive. California is ours. I want it all. Yeah, the money and fame. Burning, be real. We running the game. I want it all. Plush light, plenty of ice. A little spot on the island for the kids and the wife. I want it all. Everything from seed to sale. It feel good to watch the team prevail. I want it all.
Lottie-dottie, smoking on gelati. Atmosphere foggy, my blunt is Snoop Dogg. Hold your breath, kick in your chest like karate. Smoke empire, well distributed like Gazi. Life's good, why not celebrate it? Good vibes, smoking these vibes and getting faded. It's hard to be jealous, I'm just happy I made it. For the next level money, it take hard work and patience. Hey, I want it all, not just part. I treat the grind like a work of art. Every end's another start. We all getting that bread, it's like a team sport. I just want the meals, you can keep the plate, knife and fork. I got a jar of jet fuel, I'm about to roll it. Kill the competition, please send them my condolences. If you blazing on some trash, I get outspoken, beat the case. Now let's get back to the smoking, big homie, I want it all.
Big home, money, and
Can you
cars.
get that?
Feel
That's
good
what's
to be alive. California is ours.
How it starts.
Yeah, the money and fame. Burning, be real. We running the game. I want it all. Plush light, plenty of ice. A little spot on the island for the kids and the wife. I want it all. Everything from seed to sale. It feel good to watch the team prevail. I want it all.
I want it all, man. All of it. Not partial, not half, not some, not almost. I want all of it, man. Give it to me, man. Wild, wild, baby. Teamwork. Hey, hey. Just
Man, if I ain't tryna live, something gotta give. Can't die with 4 kids, time to get off the bridge. Roses turn black when the rain fall. Sunshine make the moon rise, city look like an 8-ball. Lazy niggas get praised for their hard work. Hard workers getting paid less than they all worth. Rap was a dream, now it turned to nightmares. Whack shit, get the airplay every night here. Feel like the East Coast down south and the West is my home. Showing love all route, no doubt we out. Support from the fans there, red-eyed and meet my whole Jedi fam there. What up? Peace to follow when the war sustained. Like people enjoy hearing love turning into pain. Hugs turn to shame, the ride gets rougher. Even though the money right, still life gets tougher. More money, more problems, they say. Big got rich, right things go the wrong way. And love don't pay, so now I gotta hate rap. Take that, watch the blood drip off the ADAT.
You can live or die, be seen or be vanished. How can you be so blind and still see havoc? How could you say you fear nothing with no courage? Life to death and then your soul perish. You can live or die, be seen or be vanished. How can you be so blind and still see havoc? How could you say you fear nothing with no courage? Life after death and then your soul perish. They throw stones at me, they call me Christ. I feel hatred coming from all walks of life. I'm a general betrayed by his lieutenant. I'm a victim suicide for a true sentence. I'm a runaway slave in a dark alley. Pitchfork sickle machete until the Lord catch me. I'm a king that's surrounded by loyal knights. I got soldiers that'll die when the time is right. I got the best of both worlds, so I'm level-headed. I feel love, feel hate, and I don't regret it. I've had hopes and dreams, they were crazy crushed. I've been blessed by God, I embrace the touch. I expect the worst, appreciate the best. I drink away my pain, alleviate my stress. I'm good, I'm bad, I'm wrong, I'm right. I'm the new day that dawns when you say goodnight. I've been with the rest and then resurrected. I've been praised
The Virgo seems to be pulling hella views. You was right, yeah, I know. They don't stay long because their attention is fucked, I know. Problem with it. Good way to get subscribers though. Cheat code.
15 hammer tucked in his Levi denim, stolen whip. These mean streets bleed venom. Broken home, no foundation. He's pretending life is good. He don't seem too friend. Popping pills, smoking weed just to ease his mind. Lost soul, all he ever sees is crime. Will he ever change? We will see in time. Run up the wrong way, you will see that nine. Money come, money go, that's the way he walk. He just know what he know when he crazy sharp. He stands alone, don't need anybody. Love, drama, mayhem, he ain't with the poly. Billy the Kid, young gun, he's a gladiator. Ain't afraid of anyone, you can pass the hater. Punks jump up just to get a beat down. Box game crazy, and he pull the heat now. Sex and violence, criminal minded. You either out to get rich or you die trying. Horrifying, that's defying. Strictly business, you the shining. Sex and violence, criminal minded. You either out to get rich or you die trying. Horrifying, that's defying. Strictly business, who can try him?
Turned 21, plenty guns in the van now. 2 kids though, nigga gotta be a man now. He need rice in the cabinets, pipe down his arrogance. Nigga need to chill with all that gangster shit. But his brain been deranged for some years though. More the nigga sniff shit, the more he let his beard grow. Still fascinated by material objects. Still got that little ass room in the project. He caught a body in Southwest, and everybody know, but ain't nobody run their mouth yet. Still splurging, still irking the cops. Done tattooed his face and put work on his block. Sending threats through text, knowing that his phone tap. On some fuck the world shit, now his wife shit at home strap. Pray a nigga see another day. Just got his passport, cause he know the feds is on their way.
Sex and violence, criminal minded. You either out to get rich or you die trying. Horrifying, that's defying. Strictly business, you the shining. Sex and violence, criminal minded. You either out to get rich or you die trying. Horrifying, that's defying. Strictly business, who can try him? Life in the box results from a life of crime. He can't shake indictment, it all came in time. Federal charges, state wanna pick him up. Haters on the inside, all wanna stitch him up.
Cold D's always changing up stories.
Pointing their fingers.
What happened to the loyalty?
King of the street.
What happened to the royalty? Distraught father, not knowing what his boys gon' eat.
Wifey left him.
She ain't no ride or die chick. She chasing all them niggas with that fly shit.
Ducking faggots while he's trapped in a steel cage.
Try to get in where he fit, but he feel afraid.
Claustrophobic, no mail.
Mind filled with rage.
Trying to get his hands on a couple pills and pray.
But when the lights go out and at the end of the day, he asking God, why I gotta be this way?
Sex and violence, criminal minded. You either out to get rich or you die trying. Horrifying, that's defying. Strictly business, you the shining. Sex and violence.
Better RNG, please.
You either out to get rich or you
On my side.
horrifying, that's defying. Strictly business.
There we go.
Who can try him?
A lot of rappers try approaching the omen. My poems will punish your people while I'm up at the podium. Pharaoh folding them like wash clothes again. I'm a vulture when the flow go choke you can't. Broke, I leave most of them. Slow, I keep my motion in. Eye on the prize. I silence the wise with lyrics making scientists cry. Making the secret society expose their purpose. Making them unleash info and explode on my surface. I'm taking my time to birth this rap entity earthless. It's showtime, there's no time. Be ready when the curtain split. giant gorillas, untamed, and my niggas is king. Cool G, Rock him, combined into one frame. We like the new mecca of immaculate rappers. Finny pass, call the goons, now we back with the clappers.
Remain silent, kill him with what I mentally says. Bloody fez, choke you like an Indian res. Kamach, animal Turk, sick with a cannibal smirk. Welcome, this where the murderers lurk. It's my mind to make sure that the sun can work. Scorched bodies, leave all of your gunmen hurt. Pharaoh sultans, create a serious coat jam. And my hand is where the tears of the Pope ran. They stay watching like they keep me on a scope cam. I'm in heaven with the angels and smoke grams. You need God, that's why the earth's so damn. International, trying to get my flow banned. That's cool if I don't kick these prayers. A lot of floods and famines gonna hit these years. Kamachi back on the chapel stairs. Open the clouds, let the thunder clap your ears.
You wanna put your money up, then motherfucker, then put it for your family sanity, man. I wish that you wouldn't. Niggas got nice flows, just don't know where to put it. And I know your whole life your raps are edited footage. And y'all mixtape niggas couldn't see my plateaus. All up in my presence while y'all acting bashful. King size casting and ecliptic rap flow. Your little light niggas couldn't feed my shadow. From city to city, intersection to section, with you reflection. With or without a weapon, I'm always stepping, never scared, but always and forever prepared. Yeah, the ones who drink gas, man, it's revenue.
Now rocking with the phallus click in the continent. Total dominance, rise to prominence. And my prime like optimist. Stand in astonishment at this conglomerate and access of evil. I know where Osama is. He's down in Camp
Go, boys.
Down in
Woo! That's what I'm talking about.
The champ must demand greatness from himself or be another contender. There's hundreds of niggas
that is left under the river.
From the days of slaves to hurricanes and all lanes. See my people's graves floating amongst the waves. There's hell to pay. But the devil don't take text. I try to send a message to God. His phone don't take text. I need a new plan, a crook with knowledge. Times is hard, homie, why I took them dollars. Man, my mama got a mortgage, and my little baby sister need books for college. I rob all y'all.
They want the hood ahead, so they call me first. I get them rappers Gatorade, cause they ball with thirst. This is more than music, but these niggas is mad trash. That's why the stores refuse them. Yo, I'm out in Georgia, went straight to the block. I'm seeing cats motorcycling, dog, I'm doing a wop. I'm an OG, I call my tire niggas a wop. Though they papers ain't right, but they got weight on the block. I love them, hand in hand, see your hands ache. I drunk so much syrup, dog, I stopped eating pancakes. Your niggas cool, dog, mine's absurd hot. Stop frontin' like you's a killer, money, your nerve shot. Yo, use a Paxil, nigga, dumping Zoloft and coffee. AOTP with exhaust speed.
We good here, baby. We good here. Let's go, baby.
So swing your shit to the left.
If I had 24 hours to live, 24 hours, give me 24 seconds, then I'm driving off a bridge. Broken rib, no windshield, covered in kerosene. Gasoline tank filled to the top. Magazines of these phony rappers ripped in pieces. No preces. Strong enough to take me out of my zone. I broke Jesus. Choke niggas who swill. Rob niggas who steal. Kill niggas who kill. I'm too sick for a pill. Man, these niggas ain't real. They real fake. They say they your man, but they fucking with real snakes. That's when you put them in the trunk with they grill tape. Whip and reverse and run into a steel gate. I'm a suicide driver, never been a liar. If I don't kill you later, I'ma kill you mañana. You don't want no problems, you don't want no drama. Nigga, I'ma take a trip with your baby mama. Suicide
you better cross your T's, cause we'll dot your I's. You can say that you specialize, but pharaohs will optimize. Backstage, you'll get a bitch back smack there. The Mac player like Dirty South pimp slap clap snares. Holy paragraphs. What kind of shit is that? I'm Jesus in the flesh, so this is motherfucking Christian rap. You're just Christmas rap, must be the secret Santa. My reindeer aim near, pierce you with the antlers. I made them go easy and called off the wolves on my AOTP radio CB. Cause y'all ain't worthy of grenades and RPGs. Slit throat, hope you float with sardines and seaweed. Cause this is CE, LPH, demonic symphony. Listen to the hell we make. And a year before your kid's 10th birthday came, you didn't have to wait for candles on the cake to see the non-flame.
Respect the G, my clip clap at you incessantly. I lay back and drink alcohol excessively. It ain't a rapper that's alive today that's testing me. I got degrees in being ignorant and weaponry. A 40 ounce of Dutch master is the recipe. That's my shit there, that'll be the death of me. Give me a death match, better yet an effigy. I understand the math of death and its complexity. I understand how you was violently murdered. I understand how you was raised under the lies of the church. But understand and recognize that I'm cursed with the ability to end your fucking lives with a verse. Yeah. Pass, man. Hey, yo, TP. L Bill on the beat. Billy Crystal. What up, baby? La Coca. Hey, yo, TP. Space in the building, Nero, what's good, player?
Make no mistake.
Sound.
For real, I wouldn't hesitate to kill.
You're gonna need a whole lot more manpower to take a nation and millions to budge plan. Cowards, my fort built for that full court drill. Ill cardiovascular vernacular skill. As I dip into the Acura, my stance on tilt. Got a watch using back of us, the yak got filled. And the whiskey from the Crown got me tipsy out of town. But I gotta be alert. Cops hit you when you down. Clowns, I ain't trying to be, I'ma do Diallo. Or Oscar Grant, I'd rather dance with the hollow. And strike first, that's how much the mic's worth. With a slight urge, I might enlighten a nice word. Tight verbs, a righteous, polite swerve. Put my temper to the sender, colder than iceberg. And my nerves are shot, I don't deserve this spot. I'm about to pass the torch to who's first on the block. Now your turf get hot, and now you stumbling nervous. Eyes red, cause you trapped inside a dungeon with serpents. Every inch of my teeth clench, I'm hungry. Nothing satisfies my hunger like more money.
Be a cold day, another day I take it out. Make no mistake for real, no mistake for real. I wouldn't hesitate to kill.
Rockabye to the world, have a nice dream. When the lights go out, you hear the pipe scream. The sirens, the melody of these cold streets. My heart pumps adrenaline so I don't sleep. Whole heat if the shit decide to hit the fan. And if it really happened, then I'ma hit a plan. Put my chips on the table, going all in. Ride out for my family and close friends. Gotta watch those praying on my downfall. Those who like to send shots, I'ma outdraw. Something's bound to happen, I'm patiently waiting. Nightmares become reality, bad situation. We celebrate life's special occasion. Solid foundation, a new day seems so amazing. Death angel wanna take you for a long ride. And if he ever come holler, man, I won't hide. So I live life like it's my last day, know why? I've been lost this time, I can't stray so high. Days are confused, I feel I can't pray. Not knowing what the future holds, maybe I can't stay.
It'll be a cold day, another day I take it out. The burning kind of touch. Make no mistake for real, no mistake for real. I wouldn't hesitate to kill. It'll be a cold day, another day I take it out. The burning kind of touch. Make no mistake for real, no mistake for real. I wouldn't hesitate to kill.
Sing, bitch. Young. If I don't have a mag, I get a bastard stab with a knife big as a claw for an Alaskan crab. Young, I'm down with Vinny, give me 6 weeks. All your little pip squeaks, some shit's creep. We a joke, I put 3 in your throat. Choke off gin and CNC coke, and we flee in a boat. Then I come open up the spot with coconuts and rocks, so the hoes are suck some cop. Then I forget the call after I know I get attention deficit disorder. 1-5, catch us off exes and dust. Whole clique of registered sex offenders. Pop shit, we'll hold your funeral. XVs, niggas money coming Roman numerals. Your blood slow now, she fuck with them rappers. Cause y'all niggas money took a muscle relax.
I'm the mastermind with a faster rhyme. It's work, not how I pass the time. I'm the mastermind with a faster rhyme.
Rocky, chill, my guy. Hey! Hey!
I'm music strong enough to stop a bomb. I'm putting pressure on you kids like I'm a soccer mom. Who you think I dig it that it was to stop Saddam? Who you think I dig it that it was to
drop the bomb. You get your shit rocked, mine, like Mustafa Song. You blowing smoke, you motherfucker, you should cop a bomb. The 9 Taurus
GG, Paul.
the clock is strong. I move brutal and use voodoo like Papa Sean. Over a billion Muslims, you
Guys, on the hammer skate, yeah, you can see how he's starting.
shooting from the chopper's arm. The backstage filled with liquor and a lot of trauma. Cause it's been hard on Vinny since my father gone. I'm about to blow the fucking horns like it was Rosh Hashanah. This is the calm before the storm, Armageddon dawn. Carry your motherfucker head that I shred and know. I speak literally, figuratively, the prophet gone. Mastermind with a faster rhyme, it's work. Not how I pass the time. I'm the mastermind with a faster rhyme, it's work. Not how I pass the time. I'm the mastermind with a faster rhyme, it's work. Not how I pass the time. I'm the mastermind with a faster rhyme, it's work. Not how I pass the time. You don't have to search a question. I have the person, the murder weapon. Never get a second chance to make a first impression. I'm no virgin, a murderer, and I'm an urban legend. Rather be a real service than a servant heaven. I don't like cops, I don't like cooperators. I don't like traitors or story corroborators. In any problem, I'm the common denominator. My behavior is the product of intoxicators. I'm just blood addicted, it's the other liquid. I'm above the limit, off of the blood of the wicked. Don't even ask, there's somebody in the body bags. The blood matches, it's on the hatches and hockey masks. I'm never dramatized, I don't have to compromise. I don't have to economize the homicides. You tell Jesus to take the wheel, my faith is nil. I believe that even Jesus has a way to kill.
The object of the game, dog, gotta make money. Take money, even if you gotta take the plate from me. If they on the run, eating, fuck it, take the steak from them. If it's rare, who care, man? I love and hate money. On the real, though, can't let the love escape from me. Cause the hate make a nigga wanna shake and break something. Trying to put my 3 kids in the lap of luxury. So I gotta hustle hard to even live comfortably. Who the fuck said life would be like this? I can't blow, man, I'm rhyming over beats like this. Rock $100 trees and a fresh new hat. My kids all got LeBrons and my wifey stacked. So I don't even know why I sit and complain. I got 2 06s, my tax insane. But the money make the world go around, my nigga. Find myself broke down, towed down off liquor.
Dream, the rule, the evil. They got me going bug, man, I'm losing people. Wake up, midnight, start pacing hallways. Got my mind on my money and it's funny, it's all day. I need big whips, big chains and all that. 100 acres in a mattress for a doormat. I'm always making moves, I can't fall back. Each dollar that I lose, I'm like respawn, react. I make a few stacks, I put it all on black. Cause it ain't never enough and that's actual fact. At the bar with my niggas, all shots on me. And then I'm broke the next day, how I'm gonna eat. So I work like a slave just to make ends meet. Infinite pursuit of cash, it'll make friends beef. And I'm sick of feeling like I'm down and out. So I'ma kick the ceiling, start wilding out. But
got 3 gigs, I rhyme, work part-time, and I teach kids. Keep my pockets like I keep fridge full. Gotta get that fresh fitted in them sneaks crisp. Not to mention all the A's that I blow. Had to pay my landlord with the dough I made from the show. Whatever is left, yeah, I'm spending on self. Cause looking bad means feeling bad. That ain't good for your health. Gotta keep up appearances. We grow these samples and put out records without ever getting the clearances. Press up some shirts, sell them on the website. Do whatever we gotta do to get that bread right. It costs to live, and I ain't the cause. So if I want it and I got it, I ain't checking the cost. But I could be doing better with my dough, and that's real. Cause these Jordans on my feet could have paid my gas bill.
intended to shoot people up close and personal.
Definitely. I wanted to tell him just before we left. I wanted to say goodbye.
Yeah, OPG nigga, AOTV, it's the game. Yeah, shit is official. Okay. I ain't new to the game, faggot, I've been rapping. You tell lies in the booth, that means you been acting. I've been smashing on this mic, I've been spazzing. I'm completely focused, motherfucking distraction. My hand is steady when the 4/5 lift at him. Shit happen when you faggot niggas hit it flick clacking. 9/11, call them up, keep them dispatching. That means you talk to police and speak pig Latin. I'm done with it all, I move past you petty haters. Gun to your jaw, you ready, you can meet your maker. I'm a man of God, but I don't need a savior. I do my dirt upon my lonely, I don't need a favor. Fuck a bitch, fuck them all, nigga, fuck the world. I'm good by myself, little boy and little girl. I made my bed, so y'all pay the consequence. I got devils in my head saying I got a vent. I got an angel on my shoulder say I should repent. But the devil keeps on winning cause I'm kinda bent. I'm coming for blood, I'm broke, I ain't got a cent. So don't be brave, have a little common sense.
Everything is everything, pulling out them everythings. The official pistol gang, touch it, a machete swing. Out of space king, turn your brain to spaghetti rings. Anything, bring the guillotine, we behead the king. Everything is everything, pulling out them everything. The official pistol gang.
No, 23 right here, come on. Big, 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 go big. Go big.
I leave you heartless if nothing, if anything, I leave you wheezing in your coffin for free.
Huge 16.
In the bullets, I
13 right here.
syllable scorch ya, every word like Waco, every verb fatal. I ain't voting for Pedro, I vote for the niggas that put pesos in my payroll. Yup, I'm Chase Utley with the Louisville, swinging at the labels cause they want me signing stupid deals. For real, this shit be irritating me. I feel like Rikers Island cause the demons ain't escaping me. Now I need a new 8 to squeeze. Hate to see the paper freeze. Too much on the plate for me. Full course meal, bulldozer through the force field. Fools, dozing off, dozing off.
You fucking bastard.
You need the
Come on,
duck, now
go.
avoid the ricochet. We making them hits, nigga. You hitting the triple plays. Niggas say I lead a district in disarray. You dissing, but nigga, I don't hear your disc getting played. My flow Fiji, my voice sample your teepee. Every sample dismantle and leave you greener than kiwi. Everything is everything, pulling out them heavy things. The official pistol gang, touch it, a machete swing. Out of space king, turn your brain to spaghetti rings. Anything, bring the guillotine, we behead the king. Everything is everything, pulling out them heavy things. The official pistol gang, touch it, a machete swing. Out of space king, turn your brain to spaghetti rings. Anything, bring the guillotine, we behead the king. Battering plans, a bad plan. I'm raw like cats from Afghanistan with gats in their hand from Philly to Pakistan. Face packing the stands, you make all fake thugs start acting like stands. You'll never make a move cause you lacking the fans. I've been ill since I had a backpack full of cans. You see life pass by you in a blink of an eye. Thinking you fly will choke you in the sink till you die. We spit lava rap, so holler back if need be. You'll burn if you step, believe me. Come see me. I make you see moons in the break of day and make sure that your body slowly starts to decay. It's gruesome. I had to add my 2 cents. The next movement in rap gets 2 cents. Out of space, nigga, and we demand we eat. And if not, we gon' leave a bloodbath in the street, nigga.
They ask things concerning spoils of war. Such spoils are the disposal of God
Nice. Another 24 right here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep them hits rolling.
Taking over the game. Yo, we hot like the grip of a cat. We pop clickety clack. In fact, we hot rotisserie rap. Leave you higher than that Ritalin crack. Dope the wiggle, the smack, the coke. This shit you have to smoke. We the newest epidemic in rap. The niggas setting a trap on any motherfucker.
Lay down, son.
On edge when I rap. That's why I'm standing on the ledge with the Mac. Ready to blow my fucking head off my back. But my mama told me better than that. She said get cheddar to stack. Plus go y'all some motherfuckers ain't meant to collapse. Pop said no man can make you drop dead. It take a nation and millions just to break through the ceilings. Sometimes I hate what I'm feeling. Labels making a killing. Make a nigga get stressed and wanna break up a building. But I ain't Taliban or Bin Laden. I'm a nigga from the hood on the grind and I'm still surviving. Like the grip of a pump and one hop, skipping a jump. We make your body fit in the trunk. On fire tonight. Y'all retired tonight. Cause y'all rap like you got no desire for life. We hot like the grip of a pump and one hop, skipping a jump. We make your body fit in the trunk. On fire tonight. Y'all retired tonight. Cause y'all rap like y'all got no desire for life. We the type to kill it hot, skipping a jump pump. Guaranteed the feeling you a critic, you want love. Every time I sleep, I send my spirit to hunt chumps. See them up when I wake, believe it, they want none. Fuck your train of thought, I derail your mission. You ain't a real MC, you the failed musician. I watch your whole shit crumble, you's a frail addition. A stale ass crumb, who's a
Go, Shawnee.
Not me, I'ma shine every chance I get. Plot me, here's your time, you can dance with that. I'm cocky, that's right, I can hand you left. Rocky, times 5, you will pose no threat. Shot these body bags.
Little late there, Jay. A little late on that one. Damn.
Low key, out of space, if we close connect. We blow 3 sip yak, nigga toast to that. Hot like the grip of a pump and one hop, skipping a jump. We make your body fit in the trunk. On fire tonight, y'all retired tonight. Cause y'all rap like you got no desire for life. We hot like the grip of a pump and one hop, skipping a jump. We make your body fit in the trunk. On fire tonight, y'all retired tonight. Cause y'all rap like y'all got no desire for life. Y'all niggas talking about heaters that you ain't pop. Screaming that you outlaw, nigga, you ain't pop. Always talk about whips that you ain't drop. Always talking about bricks that you ain't cop. And I don't know what my space cut got you gassed up. Telling you tougher than leather and can't get smashed up. Think it's a joke? Go ahead and get your last up. You a puppy amongst wolves. See what the pack does. Who the fuck made you hot? Who the fuck told you niggas you got skills? They should be shot. I'm a beast in the belly of Pirellis and powder. Get it poppin' like Nelly with the Desi in their trousers. With a powerful punch there. Straight vodka shots, you a tropical punch in. Dungeons get packed and run for your cat. I'm #1 with a bullet. I don't care if you strap, nigga. Hot like the grip of a pump. Still a bitch. Pussy. We make your body fit in the trunk. Bulletproof rap shit tonight. Y'all retired tonight. Cause y'all rap like you got no desire for life. We hot like the grip of a pump and one hop, skipping the jump. We make your body fit in the trunk. On fire tonight. Y'all retired tonight. Cause y'all rap like
I would move heaven, hell, and anything in between to get to you. You wouldn't be safe anywhere if I was mad at you. And that's not bullshit, that's truth. I've went up against people. You can pull a gun on me, and if I'm mad at you, I'm coming for you. You'd have to shoot me to stop me. If you don't kill me, you're stupid. So next time you see me,
they call us gorillas. We brawling you in coffins with killers. You at the auction, I'm bossing, smoking cigars at the dealer. Nigga, I'm iller. Count Skrilla like casinos, only Cenos and Nova. I'm a cancer nigga, no chemo. I'm dancing with satanic people. Life is illegal. I'm heroin in the needle. My emotions are see-through. I'm evil. Read your palm before dawn and spawn. Calm before the storms. Katrina, nigga, I'm drawn. Too much to handle in seconds. I manhandle the peasant. Dismantle is pleasant. Turning hell to my heaven. I excel with my brethren. Giving birth to nuclear weapons. I'm shooting your henchmen. Every written verse is a lesson. I'm close to perfection. With rap, nigga, I'm flawless. I'm God's light. The type to illuminate in the darkness. Hand me the trophy. The gold medals and plaques. The torch is lit. I scorch a click, nigga. I'm check. I done hustled on the hottest block and I ain't break a sweat. AKs and texts make them vacate a set. If he ain't trying to pay his debt, then we gotta spray his neck. You can lay the rest, nigga, this is Murderville. Now smell the essence of the L, nigga, this is real. Fuck a bitch, I leave a nigga burn for real. Signed to the streets, but the judge ain't serve a deal. I just turn the wheel, hit a bag block and wait for a pussy to creep. Give him a best shot, y'all sing a lullaby. Sorry mama, I'm mangled and I'm about to catch a motherfucking homicide. This bitch named Karma got me going crazy in this fucking high. I don't wanna go away, I'm like an addict in this fucking prime lit. Trying to get it hit, hungry for this money. If it's tension in the room, then you know it's coming from me. We pull them Glocks out, we about to make a change. One to wipe your block out, guaranteed to hit your frame. This'll hit the vein, the official pistol game. Pharaoh click a nigga sick and quick enough to split your brain. We pull them Glocks out, we about to make a change. One to wipe your block out, guaranteed to hit your frame. This'll hit the vein, the official pistol game. Pharaoh click a nigga sick and quick enough to split your brain.
Brain cancer. Different question, cousin, same answer. Y'all motherfuckers made me scrap like I was Kane's dancer. But there's a method to my madness, unusual still. They call me Pistol Pete Maravich, moving the pill. We push a lot of everything, but it's usually krill. We use a lot of weaponry when you
hunting, yeah. Because we're hunting the pet for this boss. This boss has the pet for this boss is literally this boss, but small. And it follows me around.
It's God consciousness that started this remarkable gift. I was a martyr, it was horror when my father was sick.
Then he passed.
I was a monster, I was stalking when the yard was a brick. I'm a survivor, but I got the fucking charm of a pit. That just attacked you, now you got your fucking arm in his grip.
Niggas try to hate, we don't hear the side talk. Them loud mouths, gotta hit them with the wide hawk. Barack wants help, all my body's bomb chalk. My niggas upstate, square with the fried shark. This for y'all, wild out. When your cells crack, you know your time short. When they tryna send your mail back. We catch bodies for the love of the block. I collect shit, I got a hammer and a glove of a cop. So while you hugging model Jones, I was hugging the block. One for the money, two for the pop, three for a rock, yeah. Sam Sedin when I'm pulling the scam quick. Or Reservoir Dogs, lay your grill on the canvas. The flow's diesel, but the game is sour. And you's a pussy where I'm from, that's the name of a coward. So when you get your weight up, I'm already in power. Who wants war? My niggas fly planes in the towers. Sparrow.
Hey, yo, GP.
Blocks out, we about to make a change. One to wipe your block out, guaranteed to hit your frame. This'll hit the vein, the official pistol game. Pharaoh click a nigga sick and quick enough to split your brain. We pull them blocks out, we about to make a change. One to wipe your block out, guaranteed to hit your frame. This'll hit the vein, the official pistol game. Pharaoh click a nigga sick and quick enough to split your brain.
I don't know who you're talking about, but kind of sounds like him ish.
A bunch of animals like Noah's Ark. A rapper so ill, my flow just hold Jehovah's heart. My fist will break a fucking boulder in half. When I was young, I'd smack a stick off of your shoulder and laugh. I've chosen a path, spoke on my emotional past. Spoke on everything from war to how the ocean is vast. My flow is too fast, you can't contend with me there. Or it's gonna be a massacre to Yemen Square. My pen is prepared, and so the guns and the swords. And death the only thing you get for fucking with lords. It's stuck in some wars, but Vinny fought his way out. The double jab, right cross, what they caught in their mouth.
This guy specifically, Vinny Paz?
Thinking that they got away and they was lucky they black. Fuck 'em and scram. Don't use the shotty no more. They did it.
Vinny P.
He was catching bodies no more.
This motherfucker just retired. He just retired, just did his last show. Like last week.
You
your whole hood like you got all you want to. This is death and doom. My occupation putting flesh in tombs. Whether or not you shot, the aggression looms. I'm the one to speak the language of fate. I'm the one to speak the language and the anguish of hate. My banger is great. It split the top of your dome. Like the book of Revelation, spoke of prophets in Rome. I'm locked in the throne, whether you like it or not. Cause I'm chemically the reason, liquid nitrogen hot. I'm nice with the Glock, nicer with the semis and texts. But I'm nicest when I'm clapping at my enemies' necks. They tend to regret ever sending me threats. Cause they know the only thing that they could send me is checks. So who the next to get it? You ain't gotta go to church, you get to know your God. I'll take the life of anybody trying to change his life. And lift up your whole hood like you got all you want to read. The next to get it? You ain't gotta go to church, you get to know your God. I'll take the life of anybody trying to change his life. And lift up your whole hood like you got all you want to read. I'm like Mark David Chapman with a Salinger book. Stalk my enemy and let the fucking silencer cook. It's down in the book.
Oh, Growler. Yeah, it's that Philly scumbag Growler. Yeah, that's that Philly scumbag voice, you know? That Italian Philly scumbag voice.
I take my Glock and I point guard like Reagan Knight. You fucking men of mice, you should have answered that. If my father was still alive, he wouldn't stand for that. He wouldn't stand for how you act like a bitch. Wouldn't stand for anything.
Isn't it Flatbush Zombies? Like...
We was gone for a while till a shorty told me
which one? The old school group or the newer group? I went to a concert with the newer group. The old school one, I listened to their records too as well. But yeah.
You ain't gotta go to church, you get to know your God. You ain't gotta go to church, you get to know your God. You ain't gotta go to church, you get to know your God. You ain't gotta go to church, you get to know your God.
I don't know, so actually, let's be thinking of a newer one. Wait 1 second. Are these fucking people? These ones? I know them, yeah. Glorious Slugs is a good one. I went and seen these guys live with my buddy when we were like, when I was like, I don't know, 17 or 18 years old. We were in this little place out in Toronto. We're out in this little thing out in Toronto. And my buddy, fucking, he got caught with a bunch of joints on him and shit. So what happened? Alright, yeah. So everyone in the place, everyone in this fucking, or like little ass like stadium is sitting there smoking doobies and shit, right? And my buddy's like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm lighting mine up too, because he was just gonna smoke outside. He lights up his doobie, and security comes up to him, and you're like, alright, bud, get the fuck out of here. And he's like, man, do you not see everyone else smoking around here? And the guy's like, bud, get the fuck out here right now. And then I'm like sitting there, I'm just like, oh shit. So I'm like, what do I do, you know? Do I go and follow my buddy out? So I ended up calling him, like, where you at? He just walks up and taps me on the shoulder. He's like, yeah, I ended up giving that guy $200, and he said, nah, you can stay in, bro. I was like, what a fucking loser. That man just wanted a payday. Memories. I did so much, dude. We're sitting in the middle of this fucking stadium, and these guys come up and they're like, yo, we're from Detroit, man. There's like this one little Muslim guy comes up and he's like, yo, we're from Detroit, bro, what's good? And I'm just like, oh, I'm just stoned as shit. And I'm like rolling off some Molly, bro. I'm rolling real hard off the Molly, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting that mad sugar vision and shit. And they're like, you want a fucking key bump? And buddy just pulls out like a fucking sandwich baggie of a like white powder. And I'm just like, nah, I'm good. My buddy went and did a fucking key bump from this guy. He wakes up the next day. He's just like, bro, my throat's so fucked. And I'm just like, yeah, I kind of figured once I seen a big bag of powder, it was gonna be dog shit. Like, I wasn't touching that. Good times. Good times. I remember I was so fucking high. I remember I was so high in the stadium, like in this, like in the crowd and shit. I remember turning to my buddy and saying, like, bro, I can feel the music, man. I can literally feel the fucking music right now. This is wonderful. Oh my god. Memories. I can just feel the music right now. I can feel the music. I can feel the music right now. I can feel it. Oh, nice. Let's go. Good. We can kill him. Let's go. We can kill your ass, boy. We're gonna be taking randoms. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about, East 5, but this is the old school shit that I'm talking about here. This is fucking classic. This is the original Flatbush. Motorized 7 months. Let's go. What game am I playing? RuneScape. I gotta go back. Cause this beat goes hard. And I actually want to listen to it. Everyone is going old school with the games because all the new ones fucking suck.
I've got a rep as a sick individual, cause my material's original plus critical. Wild like a savage, well above average. The world had it coming when my mom's made me grab it. Straight from the womb, I come to bring doom, so give me room as I presume to break apart you little goons. Competitors, the blind, left behind, they can't find. I find around the lines, rewind this line just one time, I leave you stiff like a mannequin. Ain't no need of panicking, I aim for your abdomen and cut like Kenny Anderson. Heard you'll hit the curb when my words swerve and hit your nerves. You get served like some chips and hors d'oeuvres. Miraculous tactics, a drastic run like acid. Bastards get blasted from the south that I've mastered.
PS2 games unreal? Why buy them when you can simulate them?
My creation terrorizes the whole nation. As long as the sky's blue and the sun still shines, Lord, give me the strength and I'ma always drop rhymes.
Ooh, let's go. That was a fast ass kill, baby. What I'm talking about? What I'm talking about?
I never took a loss for nothing that I had, G. Since the age of 3, I ran the streets crazy. Buck wild, Brooklyn, bad boy, gangsta style, stucky for your fronts. Yeah, pretty boy slap. I never had nothing but a 9 doing crime. I robbed you for a dime in order to get mine. I ran the streets and put the beef 2 seats. I played for keeps and smoked chumps like a loose seat. I got props on blocks in the boondocks. My name rings bells like the neighborhood weed spot. Pack a tech, so call me a threat. A vest can't protect dum-dums in your chest. So bang, one gunshot to your brain. You fall in pain. I take the loot in your chain money grip because I'm on some bullshit. And if I can't have what I want, I'm taking it. My repertoire goes far than just being a star. If I wanted attention, I'll hijack a car. Now you got the cops telling me what to do. I don't love myself, so how the fuck I'ma love you? All I need is a Glock with 2 clips and a spliff. And I'm on a rampage to stick fix. I crack skulls, break backs, and all that. Believe me, black, I leave holes in your starter's cap. So fuck, what the fuck, bring it on, word is
What I burn pages for? The Book of Tombs. So it's like, instead of using fire runes and shit, you use that.
The niggas that I stick are stuck, so run it quick. That's not a man alive that can survive. 21 shots from my 9 into his spine.
I'm pretty sure you need it for quests and stuff as well. The Book of Tome or whatever. If you look at your collection log, Xeno, there will be a book, and it's really useful for like Iron Men and shit. How many do you need? I just save them all. I have like 500 something right now.
John Gotti. When they say I don't give a fuck, that means anybody. So who the hell you think you are, nigga? Somebody. Check how I get down, cock the tray pound. The first to make a sound is the first to catch 6 rounds from the revolver. Burning chunks like lava. Tie him up and then throw him in the harbor. My mind changes, causing me to shoot strangers. You don't know me, so your life's in danger. I'm untamable, mind unexplainable. When I bargain, pump slugs in your cranium. I see you scheming, so I'm reaching for my tool. One bad boy, I give ya treat and make a move. He seen the 9 mil in the anger from my grill. I cock back the still and let 21 spill into his brain at point blank range. Cause I'm a criminal minded thug on the verge of going insane. So let it rain as I inflict pain and give my brains to the punks who can't hang with the underground funk bandit. God damn it, my mind is like a bomb and I'm blowing up the planet. Mentally fit when I flip your Vic. When I load up my cross, cock it back and then spit some hardcore literature at you, immature amateurs. Don't you know payday will damage your BROOLKYN this like the statement. So if you're weak, don't
spelled Brooklyn wrong.
Give me respect and respect you should get. But if I don't get mine, then y'all niggas don't get shit.
On the next mission, like I'm James T. Kirk,
I just
like
fucked
Barrington
myself
Levy
because
said, yo, every posse must work, sign the contract with real incentives and perks, and fuck the rush management, cause rush management jerks. Don't start with the capital CPT. I'm from Brooklyn and comp ain't jack to me. Would have me think that they're in gangs and drug deals, robbed and shot still. They ain't real. They fallacy be falling like a freeway. An earthquake stricken LA that Monday. These brothers kill me with the stories they telling. If y'all was some real gangsters hustling, y'all keep selling. But you never had to buy no key bag. You're making it so wreck I can't wear my fucking rag. So popular, Retta, Emily plus Hannah be waltzing through Wall Street wearing pink bandanas. For all of your new jackers, wakers, crackers, my shit is hitting harder than some benched outside linebacker. I bring it to you even up at Gleason's gym. You beat your
We get copyright for the music? Yep, for sure. I don't really give a fuck though. Oh, what the fuck? Thank God I didn't go. I brought fucking. Oh my goodness. I kept my bad. You normally do? Yeah, I mean, might as well, man. Honestly. Boom. I just need my weapon. Okay. Now one. Put one back. I had 2 yellow strikes. One more in my channel gets banned. I'm not sure what happens. Damn, that's crazy. Nice cap. Appreciate that. Let's go get this fucking guy. Tommy Ray's playing Shang. Nice. That's sick. Good for him. Oh shit. Excuse me. I gotta fuck on my weight real quick. One, kill that bitch. Come on. Yoink. Playing Heyday. What's that? Or Payday, probably. You mean Payday? Wonder if I could have chat pop it over here. No, I can't. Oh, it's a mobile game? Oh, wow. Your mom loves it? Don't let my mom know about it. Jesus. Sounds like something she'd fucking play. Last thing we need.
Lori Vallow Daybell is a former beauty contestant.
She's lost her mind. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a god.
Anybody you spoke to who knew Lori back then said that she was like the mother of the year.
So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
Threatened me, murdered me, killed me.
We're gathering together as saints, as brothers and sisters, and preparing for the second coming of Christ.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes.
6 months later, Vallow was shot and killed.
Police say they found a man with gunshot wound who was later pronounced dead.
The first death that kicked off this multi-state mystery. Inside is Lori Vallow's husband, dead on the living room floor.
What happened today? How did it get to this?
Yeah, is this a good setup? Do you like this setup or do you like the other one better?
I can murder you now with my powers.
So how does she pose a threat to your children?
Lori, where are your kids? No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say?
Now, Lori Daybell appears to be somebody else. She has 2 missing children, JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan.
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
All right. Is this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there. Cars are all gone. I don't know where my kids are.
Well,
get in. Oh my God.
It all started on January 31st, 2019, when Charles Vallow was still alive and had just returned from a business trip to find he was locked out of his own house, with no sign of his wife, Lori, or his kids, JJ and Tylee. His car had also gone missing, and a large sum of cash had been withdrawn from his bank account. So in an effort to get some answers, he called 911.
So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with our kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16. She's lost her mind. I don't know how else to say it. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a god, and remember the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year.
So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
Threatened me, murdered me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
Been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ. Last couple of days, she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick."
Sounds like she's a fucking
According to Lori, Nick Schneider is an evil spirit who has possessed Charles' body, and he believed
nice
these
easy
threats
dinner,
against his
chicken,
life were
broccoli,
very real.
rice.
In the last few years, she had become
Make like a
obsessed with the
chicken,
teachings of a man named
teriyaki
Chad
sauce,
Daybell,
you know what I
a
mean?
man well known for writing
Pour the
dogmatically and
teriyaki sauce
teaching
over
his
top
thoughts
of the
about the
chicken
end of
and the
days,
rice.
the second coming of Christ, and other more unique concepts like evil spirits and zombies. Both Chad and Lori were also members of Preparing a People, a cult who were preparing for the second coming of Jesus Christ and the end of the world as we know it. Lori also believed she was a member of the 144,000, a group of high priests who will administer the everlasting gospel to the world in its last days. She also believed that every human was on a scale between light and dark, and the darker one's spirit was, the more dangerous they were to her and her beliefs. Lori had actually become so involved in this new religious belief that Charles had become concerned not only for himself, but his 2 children as well.
She said to me, Charles' stuff is gone. You're not Charles, your stuff is gone. I don't know what that means.
And how long have you been trying to get in touch with the kids?
Since yesterday.
So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know
But
what she's going to do.
her
with them.
mixing
I don't know if
mental
she's gonna
health with
flee with them.
religion,
She's going to hurt them. Today she said, come take your
never
kids. I
making
don't care
nothing.
what happens to them. I just want to see my boys okay.
religion,
And she's
just
got
let
a
it be
pickup
its
order.
own thing.
A pickup order can be obtained after one parent fails to deliver a child to another parent. As Charles has not heard from his kids in
Don't mix it
days,
with
he
nothing,
felt he
just
had
let
no
it be its
choice but to
own
take
thing.
action. The cops then helped Charles get back in the house,
Let
but
it
it
be
was
your
too
belief
late
system,
as
you know?
Lori and the kids were gone. The very next morning, Charles called 911 again, this time directing them to a hotel in Gilbert, Arizona, where he believed Lori was hiding out with JJ and Ty Lee. This time, though, Charles had managed to obtain an emergency mental health petition, a note that would require Lori to check into a mental health institution and undergo assessment.
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a break from me. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you.
Died
You're
for our
murdered today or
sins.
tomorrow.
Charles had already tried to find Lori
gonna
earlier
keep
that
dying
morning
for
by
mine.
turning up at JJ's school, but despite seeing her car in the parking lot, there was no sign of her at all. However, she had left her purse in the car, so Charles took it
I'm a
in hopes
sinful
that it would stop
motherfucker,
her
man.
from getting away.
You're probably going to
This
hell.
worked perfectly, as she walked into the Gilbert police station later this same morning to report her missing purse. But her version of events was much different.
So this morning when I took my son to school, like he was waiting somewhere and like stole my purse out of the car, my whole purse. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there.
What is it like that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Does he say why?
I caught him cheating and I had evidence and I told him about it, and he travels a lot for business, so I told him about it and told him not to come home and that his stuff would be gone and that his car would be gone and all this thing. So he's a little mad.
She claimed that she'd caught Charles having an affair and told him not to come home, locking him out of the house and taking his car. The first of many carefully fabricated lies that would not only ruin Charles's life, but end it. Police informed Charles that he can't steal Lori's property no matter what the motive. A deal was then formed between them saying that if Charles returned her purse, then the police would immediately follow up with the mental health petition. But eventually
What?
it
They
went
have to
through
do that
and
anyway.
Lori underwent her assessment. However, in 2 hours, Lori was released with the doctors finding no issues at all. This decision sentenced Charles to death and put his kids' lives in jeopardy.
That's wild.
Charles filed for divorce, and 6 months later, his body was found at Lori's house with 2 gunshot wounds across his body. The fate of his children was now in the hands of their delusional and dangerous mother.
18, we got one subject down, apparent gunshot wounds to the chest. He's right here in the living room. Firearm's gonna be in the front door, in the front bedroom, laying on the ground next to a case. Okay, you wanna stay here? I'll see if I get this guy's info.
Poor guy, his
When
only
Charles's
problem
body
was loving
found,
his family
an
too much,
investigation
you know?
determines the shooter to be Alex
That was
Cox,
that man's only
a
problem,
man who
loving
just
his
so
fucking
happened to be the
family
brother
too
of
much.
Lori Vallow.
What's going on? What happened?
He came at me with a bat.
Okay. Was he living here or
No.
visiting?
He came to pick up his son.
Okay, is the son inside?
No. My sister took him to school.
Okay, so it was just you at the house?
Yes.
And he came, how long, what time did he come to pick up the son?
I don't know, 20 minutes ago maybe.
Okay, so you know who he is?
Yeah, let's go, baby.
Okay.
Rinse him.
They were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got
Oh
into
my
it
god,
with
I
me.
had 30 HP.
Like
I
what?
wasn't
What do you
paying
mean?
attention. I had less than 30 HP.
Alex seems very vague in his answers and says he can't remember exactly what happened, other than the pair simply got into a fight. But those kinds of answers aren't going to satisfy the cops, especially when there's a dead man involved.
So you both, so you get in an argument? What is it over?
I was over my sister. He was getting physical with her, and so my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her.
Wait a minute, I thought you said your niece left.
She did. This was before.
So before your sister and your niece left,
Yeah.
at some point your sister and her husband are
Think you've seen this
arguing.
case before? Of
Verbal
course you
argument.
have. Of
And then
course
your
you
niece
have.
pulls out a bat?
Well, it wasn't verbal. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister.
I expect nothing less at this point.
Your niece?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she poked at him, and then he took it away.
Okay.
And then he's coming back at me, and he still got the bat in his hand. Like, what are you doing?
And where are you at it? Where are
We
you
were
both
in the
at?
living room.
Okay.
And then I turned around, and he hit me in the back of the head with the bat. I went to my room and got my gun. I always
So
carry it.
you went to your room, meaning the room you're
Room I'm
staying in?
Yeah.
Okay, and you brought a gun with you?
Yes.
Do you always
Yes.
bring a gun? Okay, why didn't you stay just in your bedroom, close the door? Is that something you didn't think about, or?
Didn't even occur to me.
This final statement should actually have torn down Alex's entire argument, as it technically proves this wasn't self-defense at all. When
Yeah,
Alex
really.
went to his room to grab his gun, he should have been able to usher his family inside, close the door, and stand his ground from there. Instead, he grabbed his gun and without a second thought, ran straight up to Charles and shot him. But at this point, there were still so many looming questions. The cops decided to bring in all parties back for an interrogation to try and get to the bottom of it all and figure out exactly what happened to Charles.
Start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago.
Bro,
because
that chick's
we offered to get a house
crazy.
here with all
That
my
laugh just
family
sent shivers down my
for a reason.
spine.
We had decided to separate or whatever, so he's like, well, I'll pay for
Bro, I
house
swear to
for
God, there's
JJ
something
or
about
whatever,
getting a
because
chick
it's all
pregnant
about
and
JJ,
having
it's
kids
never
and
about
then they
Tyler,
just go
it's all
insane.
about
Some of them, I swear to
because we
God.
adopted him together. He's
They
his
just
great
go batshit
nephew.
crazy.
We adopted him as a baby. He came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a
God.
U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me, what kind of threats? Just, he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we dealt with it for 14 years, of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things, but anyway.
Immediately, Lori describes Charles as a man with violent tendencies who had a history of aggression against the women he had married. If she can convince detectives that Charles had a temper, it would make their version of events even more plausible.
So he went back to the Houston house, and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm gonna come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday. Pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house, and I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tyler. She's a minor, and she has to live here. Yeah. So because he gets in huge fights with her, and she hates him. And so like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business, and the business pays for it. What does he do? He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school. He mostly works in California. Okay. He has like
Sweetheart, I hate to say he's cheating on you.
and so he just goes wherever. It kind of just gives him freedom.
He ain't going to them.
Every day to take care of special needs. Yeah. It's like an excuse.
You go into the brothels in Cali.
In the morning, and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, you know. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Dad, you just drive you to school. It's no big deal. You know, just trying to make it.
You would too? I don't doubt that for a hot second.
And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like, your brother lives there with you? No. Okay. He had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was gonna come over and cause trouble with me. Okay. Just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother.
They would claim self-defense as the reason Charles was killed. And as the cops continue to question Lori, they start to believe this even more.
He goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tyler and I have had to leave with JJ over the years probably 5 times and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, she's mad at me for always, like, going back, but we had JJ and he's special needs and it's really hard. Like, it's even hard to take care of by yourself.
So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you?
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tyler.
Okay.
Not JJ, he never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like, he was going, like, ballistic about it. Was bad.
Okay.
An angry husband losing his temper during a divorce is not uncommon, and feuding couples often come to blows, making her story more and more convincing. But according to Charles's ex-wife Cheryl, this was not the man she knew. She says they were married and divorced, and not one time, not 1 second, was he ever physically threatening to me, directly contradicting what Lori is saying.
You say he goes nuts. That can mean a lot of different things. Right. So
come on, fucking die, home
He's
biscuit.
Never really besides like grabbing us
God
and pushing us
damn,
and
son. I just need to
punching
change
us
some
or
hips.
something, but with Tylee, he has gotten physical.
Okay.
Oh my
No,
God,
he
there
was
we
in
go.
here, but
Holy
then I got in between
fucking
them.
Christ.
So this morning he comes back in and
He comes back in, I went give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his
Let's go
phone.
like
He was
this.
very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And so Tylee came out of her room upset and she had a bat and she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really whatever. And he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there, and so he came out into the main room and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind.
Yo,
like,
Eric,
just
my
to
man.
stop
Happy
him from
Saturday
Tylee
indeed. Good
did
to
that into
Rocco,
the
what's
thing.
up,
He's
buddy?
hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like grappling around or whatever. And then
he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff.
Yes.
But there are lingering questions left by the investigation. One such example being that the autopsy ruled one of the gunshots impacted while Charles was on the ground. Imagine being in a situation where you have no choice but to shoot someone. You'd probably freeze up, and you'd do anything you could to avoid anything but incapacitating them, instead of finishing the job. So it seems strange that Alex decided to shoot Charles a second time when he was already flat on the ground. Furthermore, it also seems strange that it would take almost 45 minutes for anyone to call 911. Although she claims it was down to shock, this is conveniently just enough time to concoct an alternative version of events and a solid story to give to the police.
Okay, so you hear the argument.
There you go. 3 hits back to back. It's like
Charles choosing after Lori, you know. Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat? Did he already have the bat? Okay. So Charles is coming towards Lori.
He's
They're coming
coming
your
towards
way.
Lori, and I shoved him back.
Okay.
I said, what are you doing? Because he's coming at her aggressively.
Okay.
He's a big dude, so I wasn't gonna.
So he's coming at her.
Yeah.
And you shoved him back.
Yeah.
What happened right after that?
So I went into the bedroom where I was staying and grabbed my down. I came back. I said, put that bat down. He's like, what are you gonna do? So you're gonna threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just gonna defend myself. So you put that bat down. And he goes, what are you gonna do like that? And he came at me.
Okay.
And he'd already hit me in the head.
So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to, like, put the bat down?
Once.
Once? Okay. And then he started advancing towards you?
Yes.
How many shots did you fire?
I don't know, the couple.
One of Lori's friends later reported that Lori had said Alex believed her theories about Charles being possessed by evil, and the reason he was at the house at the time of death is simple. He believed Charles was going to try and kill Lori and moved in with her to help keep her safe.
I didn't see the shot, I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground. And was freaking out. And
good to see you, Eric, as always, my
just freaking
man.
out, and it just went into mama and like.
I just realized I had
She just go
top
back into
chat
the
on
kids.
this
I
whole
just
time.
like,
I
don't
fucking
guess
hate top
kids.
chat. YouTube, you
And
suck.
so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and we're gonna take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like it was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was gonna come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school.
Okay.
And call the police and come back, you know.
Did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, are you taking JJ to school? And I said, yeah, we need to call the police. And he said, okay.
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right. Because I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do?
It looks on the surface that an enraged Charles stormed the house and started shouting at Lori. Alex decided to intervene, fearing for his sister's life, but what started as a disagreement quickly turned into a fight, one that would end with Charles lying cold on the ground. And Tylee seems to back up what Lori and Alex said when she tells her version of events.
I opened the door, and it was
my stepdad, and he was just screaming at both of them, like, and so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it, and so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle kind of, like, I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't, like, do anything, and so my mom said to go with JJ, and so I ran out the door, and then I kind of just stood there, and then eventually my mom came out, and then I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like someone like took it and hit it really hard against the floor. Okay. So I just wanted to
Enables
make
the
sure
top
that,
filter
my
for me.
stepdad didn't
Yeah,
do
it's
anything to my uncle and stuff, and so she was like, no, like, I was
Dope.
fine, like, we're just gonna take JJ to school, and I was like, okay.
Despite Charles's lack of a violent history and how many times Alex nearly slipped up on scene, Lori's story, coupled with Ty Lee's perspective, was enough for detectives to officially rule this as self-defense. But the death of Charles Vallow was just the tip of the iceberg, and investigators quickly discovered that Lori had become entangled in the world of a seedy cult that would turn this seemingly perfect mom into a stone-cold killer.
Lori, Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. Can you tell me where your kids are? Where are your kids? No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say? Listen, just tell people what's happening. There's people around the country praying for your children, praying for you guys. Why don't you give us answers?
That's great.
Just days after Charles's death, Lori decided it was time for a change and moved the entire family across the country to Rexburg, Idaho. A strange choice at first, until you realized that this was the hometown of Chad Daybell, and Lori was now living minutes away from a man who had not only convinced her that her husband was evil, but was now beginning to spin the same evil stories for her kids as well. But this is when detectives met Melanie, Lori's best friend and another member of her cult. She was there to spill all the sordid details on their ideology and the beliefs that could soon lead to the death of Lori's kids.
Chad had just said that it's some childhood friend that Charles had, and that he died, and then he came back as he didn't ever leave. He was an unclean spirit that got trapped on the earth, and he was now attached to him for years, and he'd been studying him, right? And his behaviors and stuff like that. And so then he pushed his spirit out of the body and took over. That's what he said.
Push Chad, Charles' spirit.
Yeah, so his spirit now moved on. So she believed that Charles was gone. He was already gone. So she was treating him like he was his fighter.
This is all extremely confusing, but simultaneously eye-opening, as it gives us a direct window into what Lori believed about her own family. Apparently, she thought Charles was possessed by a dark spirit, and by that point, he was already gone. The problem is, she thought the same for her children. Charles had corrupted them, and they'd turn into zombies.
So you mentioned zombies. Was that ever a term that you were exposed to?
Come on.
Okay. Tell me more about the zombie.
She said she had a dream once, an earthquake happened in Utah. People that fell on the earth, if they were able to get rid of all the zombies in the world, then those zombies wouldn't get into those dead bodies and come back. I remember one time she took them out. And she's like, okay, here's the United States. We're going to do a prayer. Let's find out how many zombies are in Arizona. Okay, there's 20,000. I don't even remember the numbers, it was so out there. And then she'd say a little prayer, whatever words she'd come up with that she found were powerful, and then he would check, oh, somebody died, look, you can come find out. So then Mr. Rocky Balboa just through a prayer that these people would pass away.
Lori believed that if the Earth was to truly be pure, all the zombies had to be killed. Chad also began to feed Lori more and more fantastical lies about how the world worked, including ascension, translation, and the ability to meet with God himself.
And then they had a scale of 0 to 100% how much you could trust people. I was supposed to be like 97%. They were always building me up. Anyway, she would sometimes share like, oh, this person or that person, it's not trustworthy, it's this person, you know, that was their booking.
I'm over about, maybe you know or don't know, vibrations.
So vibrations, yes, I'm aware of that too. So according to how he would check, he used that little pendulum thing on. I didn't know that in the beginning, but anyway, 1,000 was supposed to mean, if you got to 1,000, that means you're translated. Or you're beginning your translation. And then as you get higher in your vibration, you could portal at some point, maybe, I'm trying to remember what she would say, 2,500 maybe, or something like that. And so the more you went to the temple, your vibration would increase. So it's just like your light would increase, your vibration, that kind of idea. Okay. If that makes sense.
Lori had become convinced she could speak to Jesus and appeared to be consumed by Chad's work. Not long after, their relationship began to heat up, and they even started a religious podcast together that showed, frankly, just...
Alright, I gotta go let my dog outside. I'll be back. You met God? Yeah. You're looking at him. I am him. Almost GF. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up?
How insane she had become.
Brought back
I too have
Monster
seen
Came?
the
Nice.
resurrected Jesus Christ.
You get
And
food
he
to
has
homeless
told
guy?
me
Does it
my
make you
mission.
feel fulfilled?
And he has sent me to help people and lift them in their missions.
Over time, Lori had become more outspoken with her beliefs of zombies and began to tell her friends about how many people had been consumed by evil spirits and demons. Lori then started telling her friends that her son JJ's behavior had changed, and that he had started telling her he loved Satan, as well as becoming more disruptive in the home. Had police listened to Charles Vallow when he feared for JJ and Tylee's lives, but they could have prevented the series of tragic events that followed. Only days after moving to Rexburg,
Dude, I
Lori,
played old
Alex,
school RuneScape
JJ,
forever,
and
bro.
Tylee
I've played
visited
it since
Yellowstone
I was in
Park.
grade 3.
This was the last time anyone saw Tylee alive. Things became even stranger on September 17, 2019, when JJ was spotted running into his Idaho home on a neighbor's door cam, never to be seen again. Months later, people started to realize that they hadn't heard from JJ in a long time, and Charles' parents called 911 to alert the police of his disappearance. Lori was caught lying to officers on November 26th after they had made a welfare check on JJ. According to Lori, her son was with her friend Melanie back in Arizona, but Melanie not only denied having him, but she also told police Lori had asked her to lie and pretend to officers JJ was staying with her. Then, in December, Alex died suddenly. His death was ruled as natural causes, but the amount of death and strange occurrences involving Lori was reaching impossible levels of coincidence. By this time, police were also extremely concerned for the welfare of JJ and Tylee, so Lori was served an order in January 2020 forcing her to prove that they are safe and well. However, the deadline came and went, and Lori was arrested 3 weeks later and placed on a bail of $5 million. But even after the arrest, both Lori and Chad remained silent and refused to give up any information on the kids. But finally, a further 5 months later, the police would get their answers when detectives initiated a search of Chad Daybell's property. There, they found the bodies of JJ and Tylee. JJ's body was found wrapped in duct tape and placed in a plastic bag, while Tylee had been dismembered and burned in a fire pit before being buried. Police arrested Chad immediately, and Lori's trial began not long after. It took another 3 years, but eventually she was found guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and grand theft over the deaths of her children. Lori was far from remorseful in a bizarre statement she made to the court after she was sentenced.
My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
Thankfully, this evil mother, if you can even call her that anymore, won't be getting out anytime soon, as she was sentenced to 5 consecutive life sentences. She's not finished in the courtroom yet, though, as her trial for murdering Charles is set to start in April 2024. As of March 2024, Chad Daybell is yet to go to trial, but he could be facing a similar conviction and a lifetime behind bars.
One parent to another, right? And I'm going to try and control my emotions, all right? I've been to a child death investigator school, and I've seen photos and images of children that have been malnourished. And I'm telling you right now, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, no, really? Yes. Oh.
Insinuate that I'm not enough losing mother. He said, you don't know what I do. And then, what do? Insinuate my mother.
Parents are supposed to protect and care for their children, but sadly, this is not always the case. Here are 8 of the most shocking times evil parents realized they've been arrested. Starting with the despicable case of Olympic superstar Hope Solo. On March 31st, 2022, Winston-Salem police officers found Hope drunk and asleep with the car running. To make matters worse, Hope had allegedly been traveling along with her 2 kids.
People were kind of concerned saying you guys were out here sleeping and want to make sure you were okay. Okay, what's going on? Why are you sleeping out here in the parking lot?
Because I took a nap.
Okay, where do you live? 1324 code 2.
The officer is immediately suspicious of Hope and asks her why she's sleeping in her car.
Are your kids okay? Okay, why are you sleeping in the parking lot?
Because I'm tired.
Okay, where do you live?
I live.
How much have you been drinking today? Why don't you turn the car off first? Let's turn the car off first.
It's okay if I...
It's okay, what? How much have you drank tonight? You sure? I'm asking you how much have you had to drink. I'm not asking you how much are you fine. I understand you're talking to me. How much have you had to drink tonight? 0 alcohol. Alright, do you have your ID with you?
Sir, I'm just,
Okay, can you get that for me, please? No, can you do that now, please? Thank you.
Hope continued scrolling on her phone, even making a phone call, all while the officer waited for Hope to hand in her ID.
I just was trying to take a nap because I'm sick of American driving. I mean, I pulled over in a Walmart parking lot to take a nap, but I have no idea why he's here.
So they were just concerned. And now when you roll up the window, I can smell alcohol. I can smell sweet odor of alcohol coming from you.
I don't think so, sir.
Yeah, and your eyes are telling me something different by looking at it too. How much are you drinking? I just be sure with me. 0 alcohol.
Young 77 Charles at 8 at 0Y77C8. Care advised it's been running since noon today.
Can you get your ID, please?
Inside the vehicle, but it advises it's very dark in the window.
No, you're not. You're on your phone. I need you to get your ID for me, please.
I have every right to.
You do, and you have every right to comply with police when they're asking you for your ID. Can you please get that for me? Or where are you trying to come? Where are you coming from anyway? Okay, where are you coming from?
My vehicle is not even.
Hope is now slurring her speech even more than before and is unable to follow orders, a clear sign that she's drunk, despite her denying it. Then, a second officer is seen arriving on the scene, and things begin to escalate.
She's drunk. And she got 2 kids. She was passed out asleep in the front seat. She won't tell me anything. She said, I was just sleeping. But you could smell like the odor, a sweet aroma anyway coming from inside that smells like alcohol. And she's completely oblivious to everything that's like going on right now.
Hope eventually hands in her ID, but begins arguing with the officers.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, I just was gonna take a nap.
Where are you coming from?
It doesn't matter where I'm coming from, but the car has not been.
No, but it's been on.
No, it has not been on.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't, sir.
And you turned the car off right in front of me. The car was not off.
I'm sorry, it was not. I was just taking a nap.
We're not. I can do this. Step on out of the vehicle, or I will make you step out of the vehicle. I'm asking you nicely, so you don't cause a scene in front of your kids. Yes, I can. I can do all these things. Okay? Step on out of the vehicle. Step on out of the vehicle for me. Step on out, or I'm pulling you out. Again, you have 2 kids in this car. You have 2 kids in this car. Don't embarrass you in front of your kids. Step out of the car. Step out of the car so I can make sure you are sober and able to be a competent adult in front of these kids.
I am a competent adult.
Okay, then step out of the car.
Can you tell me why?
Because you smell like alcohol.
That's not
and you're
right.
passed out in the car
I
with
took a nap.
the car on. So step out of the vehicle. I'm not asking you again.
I would like to call my attorney.
Step out of the car.
The officers urge Hope to take field sobriety tests, but she refuses and instead begins asking for her attorney.
You are not calling your attorney anyone right now. Right now, the 2 things you're going to do is you're going to stand here.
Yeah, I had my mic muted. Fuck.
You consent providing
Rip.
field sobriety tests. Yes, I did.
Because you're not complying to law enforcement right now.
It doesn't matter. You don't need to
No,
comply.
you're
I
not.
have two kids in the car.
Yes,
This chick, even if she's drunk, they have no right to take her phone like that and pull her out of her car. Like, that's fucked. That's wild.
You made them cry now because you weren't complying.
The car was on.
The car was on, sir.
Son,
Then
Ripperuno.
I'm taking you to jail.
Okay.
Everyone do points for me. I want to see everybody's points.
Nope.
Exclamation point
Nope.
points.
Put your hands behind your back. Now. You're now under arrest for resist, delay, obstruct of an
Because
officer.
we're trying to investigate something and you're not being cooperative.
Once arrested,
Resist
the
delay of
officers
an
obtain a
officer.
warrant
This guy
to get
doesn't
a
even know what
blood
he's
draw
arrested
in order
for.
to test it for
Resist
alcohol.
delay.
Down at the EMS station, Hope's attitude only goes downhill.
I don't need you to touch me.
All right, let's go.
I can walk by myself.
Make sure that
Oh my god, you don't need to touch me.
All right, that's fine.
Alright, that's cool. Because I will have a complaint that you touched me inappropriately. Do not touch me.
We've
I
done
will,
this.
I will get
Shaquille O'Neal, you gotta get them points up, son.
Ever. Don't.
Nice points, shot. Y'all are getting there. Y'all are getting there.
Loving this, aren't you?
No.
Y'all just gotta go big with the 10K
Love
bet.
every moment of it.
Y'all just gotta go big with that
Hope's
10K
blood
bet.
test
Boom,
had
boom.
come back positive for alcohol, and surprisingly, THC, an active component in marijuana, and up until now, the officers had no idea who she really was.
I'm so sorry you had nothing else to do tonight. So I hope I was very entertaining for you because I know I was. I know that I blessed you with my presence. So that's what I do.
I hope your kids take care.
My kids are amazing.
They're under good care with your husband.
They have the best mother and the best husband, the best father in the world.
Good.
Don't even insinuate that I'm not an amazing mother, you piece of Jesus. You don't know what I do every day. What do you do?
Alright, relax.
What the
Relax your hands so she can fingerprint you.
insinuate I'm a bad mother? You. That's my you. I have not once said that, but if you insinuate that, I will say you. I'm an amazing mother, and I'm there every day. Every day. Yeah.
He said marijuana.
You only want to put my
Man, I can't believe I don't have.
children, because I have twins by the way, children. In danger was your police officers crawling in my car without a search warrant. Oh, I saw that.
Dragon Metal.
Crawling in a car.
59K drop. Let's go.
No search warrant. And these police officers are crawling in my car, letting my kids cry. Why? Because I pulled over to take a nap? Oh, that's cool. Way to get a mom. You got her. You got a mom. Good job.
Be still.
Good job, buddy. You're doing some good work in the world.
Right, you're there.
Gus back on.
Let's get a mom.
Her saying she's an amazing mother while she's being booked for drunk driving and child endangerment shows how good of a mother she really is. Hope Solo was charged with DWI, child abuse, and resisting arrest charges. In exchange for a plea deal, the child abuse and resisting arrest charges were dropped, following which Hope checked herself into a 30-day alcohol abuse program, but Hope's case is nothing compared to the case that follows, one of the most despicable and disturbing cases I've ever encountered.
Well, all I want to know is what stopped you from seeking help? You knew something was wrong. What stopped you? Tell us the truth.
Seth and Tatiana Welch are a couple
Throwback
from Solon
Tatiana.
Township, Kent County, Michigan, who had 3 children, including Mary Ann, with the first child set.
I can't watch that shit. I don't want to see no babies get hurt.
I haven't done it. I will. Wait.
Stop.
Wait. I haven't
Put the cigarette out. Don't burn me.
From pulling a gun on cops to making a run for it, Karens would do just about anything to evade an arrest. Here are 19 of the most incredible times when dumb Karens tried to run from cops. On 11th of February 2022, an officer was patrolling a neighborhood when he came across an individual with whom he had prior
Chad, do you like the layout like
Recognizing
this,
the
or when my
suspect
webcam's in the
potentially
bottom
has an active
left?
warrant, the officer
Do you like my
decides to
webcam in the
confirm
bottom
her
left,
identity.
or do you like it set up like this?
Have done something wrong?
Yeah, I believe you got a warrant.
Warning?
What's your name?
Have I done something wrong?
These are my favorite albums.
Have I done something wrong, sir?
Yeah.
I don't have a warrant. I know that I don't.
Then what's your? Just tell me your name, and then I'll
My
let you
name
go.
is Tori.
Tori.
That's nice.
His name is not Victoria.
This looks like a Victoria that I know, and she looks identical to.
But tell me your name.
I don't have a warrant, sir.
You're not Victoria. You're not Victoria.
Have I done something wrong, sir?
Yeah. What's your name?
I haven't done anything.
What is your name? Because I think I know your name.
I don't have a warrant.
What was your birthday?
Have I done something wrong, sir?
Yeah. What's your name?
I haven't done anything.
What is your name? Because I think I know your name.
I don't have a warrant.
What was your birthday?
Have I done something wrong, sir?
What's your birthday?
You need this to hit?
Yeah, you have a warrant.
I don't have a warrant.
What's your name then?
Have I done something wrong?
Okay. What's your name?
Have I done something wrong?
Huh?
Have I done something wrong? I live right here.
Where do you live?
I live right here on the middle street.
What's the middle street?
The middle street is Pine Street. That's my dad's.
Okay. Tell me your name, because you're not Victoria Dene.
Have I done something wrong?
Go ahead.
Have I done something wrong?
Have I done
Please,
something wrong?
Alexandra.
Do you think she did something wrong, Chad?
If she won't give me your right name, she already gave me a fake name. Come back over here. Then just show me your ID.
I don't have an ID.
Then what? Then what's your birthday?
Then I'll get my ID.
No. No.
Have I done something wrong, sir?
What is your name?
I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you harassing me?
I'm not harassing you.
You are harassing me.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Stop
No, I'm
harassing
not.
me.
All right. If you just give me your name.
Sir, you are harassing me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Can you record this?
It's being recorded.
Can you record this right now? I don't hear. I haven't done nothing wrong, sir. You are harassing me.
No. Well, you're not Victoria Dene, so.
Sir, listen. Listen to me.
Turn around.
Wait. I haven't done anything wrong,
Put
sir.
your hands behind your back.
He only got 6 eye.
Turn behind your back.
Please. Sir, I haven't done it. I will.
Stop.
Wait. I haven't.
Put the cigarette out. Don't burn me. I'll get 31 on foot. Get tased. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Put him behind your back. Put him behind your back.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you sorry now, bitch. You real sorry now.
What did I do?
Get Jimmy Yeager's name tattooed on you.
What did I do?
Taser deployed.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm so sorry.
Jogging and smoking is the combo of a true athlete. When a cop asks a person's name and the first thing they say is, I don't have a warrant, they for sure have a warrant.
You lied to me?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't want to go to Marion County. It's a horrible place. I can give you
Stay on the ground for a minute.
I can give you any information you need.
No. You're past that.
Sir. I can give you anything you need.
I'll give you anything you need, officer. Anything you need.
No, you lied to me.
Anything you need, officer.
Oh, I told you.
I can give you good information.
I don't need your information. Sit up. Sit up. What do you have on you? Sit up. Here, sit up so we can get...
Anything.
I'm sorry to tell you, but when you commit crimes and get arrested, they aren't going to send you to a 5-star resort. As is said, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Due to taser deployment, EMS arrived to assist the suspect. She was arrested and charged with providing a false name to a law enforcement officer and resisting arrest without violence. And I was recently talking to one of my close friends who told me she had her money stolen without the thief even taking her credit card. And that's where today's sponsor, Exter, comes.
Hello.
Used card skimmers to steal credit card information without you knowing via tiny radio signals. We couldn't even prevent this from happening, as it all happened so fast. Even if they don't make off with your physical wallet, they can take every penny from you by just tapping your pocket. Exter has tackled that by coming up with an RFID protected and trackable wallet. And even with this technology inside, they are still some of the best quality and practical wallets on the market. I was sent their Parliament wallet in Italian tan and their Alice aluminium card holder, which
Aluminium.
is half the size of my old wallet. They also sent me this tracking card. It slots nicely into
Let's
the
go
back
in
of
eighth.
my wallet, so if I misplace my wallet,
Damn, I'm
or
almost
if it's taken
broke.
from me, I can follow it on its journey.
Sean,
and get
spare
it
a
back.
couple
So
mil.
If you want to stay protected, or
Small
just
loan
treat
of a couple
yourself to
mil.
a new wallet, then head over to the link in the description and get 35% off using code detective.
One day I'm gonna change the
This
exclamation
next drunk Karen,
point
too,
high
thought it was
stall
a good idea
to
to
like
run from
10
cops
bill.
when she got caught
That way
trying
Sean
to drink
gambles
and
all his
drive.
points.
On June 22nd,
You're gonna go down to
2023,
zero.
deputies
And
were
what?
dispatched to a local bar in reference to a woman attempting to drive after being intoxicated.
Hey, ma'am. Go ahead and turn that off for me. Go ahead and turn the car off for me. How about? So why are you driving? You've been drinking.
I'm going home right now.
Okay. Well, I can tell you're
I
extremely
need a hug. Yeah, you definitely do,
Can
Becky.
you?
You're slurring your speech. You're.
There's all cap
you're
out
hitting a bar,
100K.
they're telling me that you're stumbling out
100K
here,
a
you
day.
can barely park your
They
car.
tell you that?
They're the one that called me.
Talk to them?
They're the one that called me. You can barely stand right now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
Let's go talk to them.
No, we're not gonna go talk to them. We're not gonna do that.
All right, I'm
But,
going.
ma'am, no.
Ma'am.
Step over here.
Sir, please.
She's just like, ma'am.
Please don't. Please don't. Hey, hey, hey. Do not address me. Do not. I'm not doing anything.
I don't think you should tase her, homie. She's running and like smack her head open. Don't do it. Don't do it, officer. Don't do it, officer. It's just a woman, officer. Don't do it. Oh, God. There's so many speed bumps. Don't do it. Alright, good man. I thought he was gonna do it.
Stop. Stop. Why are you doing this?
Go down. On the ground.
Why are you doing this? Stop.
Roll over. Roll over.
Roll over, sweetheart.
Why are you doing this? Why? Why are you doing this? Help me! Help me!
Well, her running from the officer.
That's what I
is
imagine
the
it sounds like
epitome of
before someone
optimism.
gets
The
murdered.
Karen, still thinking she can get away with it, starts screaming out for help.
Come on, stand up.
Help me! Yeah.
Just saying.
Help me! Help me! Help me! What's your name? Help me!
Does it make you feel bad? Why? I just laugh at these people's stupidity. Fucking morons.
Help me! Help me!
This isn't her lowest, trust me.
So, she wasn't driving?
This isn't this chick's lowest, believe me. There's yet more to come.
She had the car started when I walked up. Had her turn it off, had her step out. Slurred speech, I explained why I'm here. She started to run away from me. I told her to stop.
Just as to say, it's definitely pretty fucked up. But,
Grabbed onto her.
Take a deep breath.
I mean, she got what was coming to her. She could have fucking killed someone, you know?
There you go.
Where's your car at?
I'd rather them do that and make her feel like shit than her drive up and kill a family.
Take me.
Which car is hers? It's the black Avenger over here.
I love seeing people at their lowest. Makes me feel better about myself. That's what that sounds like, Martin.
You better leave that shit on me. I got it. I'll search. I got it. Yes. Leave my shit the fuck.
Stop grabbing. Hey, stop grabbing.
It's
done. Okay, we're done.
No, it ain't done.
It ain't done.
My purse, you don't.
Blue type behavior.
I will come. No, you ain't taking
It's
shit.
going with you, but we're not going to keep it on you, okay?
Relax. Let it go, man. Bitch.
Wes.
Bitch.
Wes. Are these hers?
I fully thought about what I'm doing, and I'm totally in y'all.
Just ask her if she's going to Smithfield's Fire Exercise. I'm sure she'll tell you to piss off, but at least ask.
That's what the y'all are.
Hey, can you listen to me real quick?
No, you pig.
Fuck you, pig. Ooh.
That's not happening.
Bitches, let's look up tail. That f***ing pig. Look at him.
She's the pig for real.
Look at him, look.
Let go. Don't you try and bite me.
She's calling for help. Maybe she should call the police. Never bite the hand that tries to help you. The drunk suspect learns this lesson the hard way.
Watch your face.
I got it. I got
Try
it.
to bite
Yep,
me.
no, she ain't biting.
2, 3.
Yep.
Stop resisting, I will fucking shoot you in the brain.
So lift her up. She's going.
Half the time.
Get on that side.
I'm itching to pull the trigger.
I swear to God, if I'm...
I can't get on the other side. The bricks are there.
Straight to the jail. You're gonna need to get her there as soon as possible. Yeah, and you'll. She's the other way.
When you go, just double check this stuff while you're at the jail. Hit with UI anyway.
Yeah, I'm good. Appreciate it. Said resisting with.
Apparently, the louder you yell, the more innocent you are. The woman was charged with DUI, resisting with violence, battery on a LEO, and corruption by threat. This next, Karen would meet karma after kicking a cop who tried to help her.
Now you're getting.
On May 4th,
Now you're
2023,
getting it.
officers responded to a dispute at a
You little
hotel.
bitch.
While on the call, the dispatcher could hear a woman yelling constantly at one of the hotel's employees. Upon arriving at the scene, the officers learned that the female in question was having trouble getting inside her room because of a malfunctioning keycard. The suspect, who was behaving very aggressively, started acting entitled.
There's not going to be any more yelling.
No, just try the key. I just want to go to my room.
Negative. So now what I'm going to do is take my time and do the steps that I need to take. I'm not going to
Do this the
based
steps
off
I
of
need to
demands.
take. Alright, whatever the fuck that means. There we go. I was gonna say. Grand exchange, that's 398k right there. That's 277. That's 222. Alright, we're getting decent loot from it. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be enough to break even. We'll lose like a couple mil.
You're not gonna yell at me and tell me what.
I'm not yelling at you, I'm yelling at him.
Oh, I understand that, but there's steps. I'm gonna wait for another officer.
You can simply go up and open the door for me. It's right up the stairs. It's right up the stairs. Right
Okay,
up the stairs.
okay, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna wait.
I'm doing everything I can to do everything. Are you crying? You look like you were crying.
What?
Are you crying? You look like you were crying.
Me? No, I'm just tired. It's been a long day, and I don't want to be yelled at.
No, either.
And I don't want to deal with somebody who's treating somebody else like shit because their card's not working.
All right.
I like this cop.
Did I not?
I cannot hear what he's saying if you keep on yelling. Let him talk.
Right. Sorry. No.
You know, I'm starting. What the fuck is that sound? It's me stabbing this fucking guy. It's all starting to make sense now.
No, I want to deal with Sanders.
Officer Checky is probably a little more level-headed than I am right now because, again, I just raised my voice and I normally don't do that. The way you were talking to him and demanding and making all these demands, shit doesn't work that way. So right now, do me a favor, talk with her. I'm gonna see about the card, I'm gonna see what happened, and then we're gonna go upstairs and get you in your room.
Just get me in the room.
I'm not taking your demands. Can I talk
Yo,
to you,
this
please?
bitch needs a smack in the fucking face.
Okay, you paid for a room, but you're sitting there acting like an ass.
Not acting
Okay,
like
you
an
are.
ass. I didn't call the cops. No, just step away.
I gotta see her
No.
with you, but I'll keep quiet.
Just get me in my room. I'm ready to go.
That's what they're trying to do.
And that's what they're gonna do. Because he has no reason why not to let me in the
Right,
room.
but there's some miscommunication or something. That's what Sanders is trying to do.
Over and over and over.
Right, he's trying to help you. Stay
I
here.
know he will. I'm gonna stay up in the steps where the Hindu's gonna walk out and let me in my room.
Why are you being mean?
No idea.
You're right, I have no idea. I want you to tell me. I would like to be of some help.
Not ready to cooperate with the officers, the woman proceeded to go upstairs to her room.
Actually, I'm gonna lay by my room.
Kenna, can you please just stay here?
I'm fine.
No, Kenna.
I'll stand right here.
Looting bag.
Sanders is doing today.
Sanders from 303. She's gonna try.
Oh no, here she goes. She's this and this, she's that.
I'm just letting him know where you're going so that he doesn't know.
Right. No, Sanders knows. He's freaking
Right, but we're
Right,
trying
freaking out.
to figure out what's going on here. Excuse me, stay in the hall.
Easy
Okay,
now?
I will. Just, I was trying to do. That's what I.
This guy's a idiot.
Okay.
He's smarter than him.
I understand, but there's steps, and I gotta talk to him and get that key card. So please do me a favor.
Let's all breathe.
You need to breathe because she says you're moving. I come out freaking out, so you need to do what she says.
My room that I paid for.
You're obviously worked up. All we're asking you to do is stay safe and breathe.
No, I want to talk to Sanders. That's it.
Alright.
You guys only have double Sanders before?
I wish, because she.
Yeah, he knows me. I know him. Y'all know him.
Oh, you guys have a history together?
Hannah, I said please.
Open my room, Sanders. Open my room.
No.
Hey, let's see if it works.
You can do it.
Let's see if it works.
I said please.
Then don't leave.
I said please, and he gave it to me.
Okay, then stand right here.
I'll go up there with you. I'll go up there and make sure.
Bro, this like
I
music in the
was
background.
calm,
Dun,
I was
dun,
polite,
dun, dun.
and he gave it to me without any issue. You're in here demanding,
Martin.
ordering, yelling, cursing, screaming. That doesn't get you nowhere.
Ready?
Yeah. Here, let me see.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Freaking out.
Okay. Well, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. It was backwards. All right. Hold up. There it is.
Oh.
It was backwards. Hannah, are you okay?
No.
Come here. Come inside. Come inside. Hannah, come on.
What a dumb
Come
bitch.
inside. Come sit down on the bed. Here, take the card. Hannah, please. Hannah.
This.
You would just help me.
Come here. I will. Come here. Come on. Let's go inside your room. Come on. Hannah, please. Hannah, don't do that. Don't do that.
I got court tomorrow.
CCOM, Chris Lake.
No, don't come.
No, stop.
There's no way. Okay, please.
CCOM, Chris Lake, 305.
You're the only one that told me.
I tried.
I don't want anybody else.
Can we get fire to our location, please? Our subject was just hitting herself inside the
Stop!
head.
You just stop!
I'm sorry.
I just want you, because you told me all this.
You are cycling down right now.
I am spiraling, so tell me. You told me.
I tried, but listen, we have to take steps right now to calm yourself down. In order for it to happen, you have to do something about that. One step at a time. First step is getting out of this hallway.
All right, I want them to go away.
No, my boss is here. He's gonna make sure everything's okay, and she's here because she's my partner.
I know, but you
That's
just
how
told
it
me
is.
all these things. That's it.
You have to move forward in a positive way. And this is not a positive way. The card was backwards. You're getting frustrated. You can't treat people like shit and expect.
I'm not treating anybody like
the guy downstairs. You were just screaming at him.
Because I hate them. I hate everybody.
Okay, can we go inside the hallway so it's more private for you? Can we go, inside your room so it's more private for you? Please?
Inside my room?
Inside your room, right here.
I don't want them.
Listen. I'll stand at the
I
door.
don't want them. I don't want you here either.
You can't do that, unfortunately. That's not your choice.
Wait, your card?
He's gonna tell me what to do.
Yes,
Hannah.
he tells me what to do.
I know. I don't want the card.
Well, you're gonna need it
the
to get back
card is
in later.
tainted. I know.
The Karen, who suddenly broke down, continued to act agitated. She wasn't ready to cooperate even with the medics.
Easy with the hate talk.
All right, I can't.
Because we're writing a report on this.
Sanders, I just want you. I can't handle this because you already know my shit.
I do.
Let me. Okay, so then now what? I just want to go to bed. I have work tomorrow. I have court tomorrow. All right, I don't want her here. Just go. Back up.
I will stand in the hallway, Hannah, but I cannot leave you, unfortunately.
This is her call.
All right. Yep. No one can ever. Just listen to whatever. Say never. All right. Just please back up a little bit. Someone give me some air. My God.
Do you mind if I step right here?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll stay right here. But
Are you there those nights?
no, but what happens is, as a supervisor, I have
Okay, but I don't want her name but the Sanders.
to. But listen, give me a second.
Okay, go ahead, talk.
As a supervisor, I have to review everybody's body camera footage. So
Go ahead. You don't think
No, I wasn't
tomorrow
there.
in court with all my body. Do you know that I have a felony charge against all you guys? And I'm sorry.
I know.
I don't want you. I don't know you.
Okay.
I just want him to talk to me now.
Okay,
Just go
we can't.
back. And if you don't
Was charged with aggravated assault on a peace officer, acting erratic and throwing hands with officers.
Throwing
seems like the
hands.
exact thing this Karen would do to avoid getting arrested.
Show her throwing hands.
On July 22nd, 2022, officers were dispatched to a residence in reference to a female that showed self-harming tendencies. Upon arriving, they first speak to the suspect's mom.
She's in the real trouble.
What's going on?
Let me tell you something. I've been having a bad day. I'm a diabetic and I always wake up not feeling good. So I get mood swings. When I feel like that, I just want to be left alone. But if it's not my husband and her getting into it, I told her, you help. I'm going to show you something.
She has an appointment today with the behavioral health.
Yeah, I never called police on self-harm. Facts.
But see, we have a problem. She don't have her insurance card. See, her appointment's at 1 with behavioral health. But they want for her to present that card. Well, how do they want her to present that card if she don't have it? She should be getting it sometime next week.
So she hasn't seen herself last night now, or what's going on?
Well, like, yeah, I guess. I mean, if she don't get her way or whatever, I'm gonna sue myself. I'm up to here with that. You know what I mean? Yeah, she goes, well, because that lady called again. She goes, there's no weapons. And she said she don't want to go to the ER here because last time she went here, the doctor was being an asshole with her and said that because he knew her history. Well, the doctor shouldn't tell her that. Even though she does drugs or whatever, you're the doctor. You're there to help. You're not there to criticize. So she ended up putting. You'll see the evidence on her hands where she got all cut up before she got help in Roswell.
Alright, I gotta turn this shit off. I can't listen to that. I gotta put on like some kind of true crime. Boom. Good thing I looked. Oh, shield weapon devastating. Here we go. Let's go, chat. I just can't lose. Holy shit. And into chat, this chocolate bar is 500 milligrams. I'm breaking it off with 2 squares going down the hatch. God, it tastes terrible. No cap. Hi, Rocky. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Come here, boo. Come on. Come on. Hey, what are you doing? Welcome back, son. That'll definitely work, Martin. Okay. Sick. That motherfucker. Can't wait to get a new PS4. What do I need a new PS4 for? Oh. What are you crying about, man? You were just outside. You like Cold War? You played it so much recently? Nice. Anything have to be a one's dog shit? PEDT is pretty cool. Right. Nice 24 right there. Solo Kino, fair. Nothing wrong with some solo Kino though. You can play 5 as well, eh? 5's free as well. Same with Dead Ops Arcade. Yeah. And I got thief. He's not even that bad. Just between max ammo. We need to kill this guy, run out, empty the fucking all of our stuff into the bag. And run back in. Drop some stuff on the ground. 18, you got 38 health. 11. Come on. 2 hits here and dead. 1 hit him even. 1 hit him right here. Right here. Come on. Come on. Oh man. Much love indeed. I'll be back in a second. Hopefully I don't die. If I do, that's what it is. Good. Heal. Oh, fucking A, baby. Oh! Hey. I agree. I agree, Shaquille O'Neal. Too much bullfuckery going around. Chat, what's a vegetable that you hated as a kid but love as an adult? Mine's Brussels sprouts. I love them. So good. Cauliflower? I always like cauliflower and broccoli. Same, the sun. So good. Top 3 vegetable, mini cabbages, top 3 veggie. I don't know. Spinach? Spinach is good, but it's not top 3. For me, top 3 veg would have to be, like, in no particular order, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and red onions. You know? Spinach is super good. I agree. But I like spinach in like a salad. I just don't like it by itself, you know? Am I married yet? Bro, I'm never getting married. Fucking kidding me? That sounds pretty bomb. That sounds pretty bomb, Sean. I'm not gonna lie. Rocky, what's wrong, dude? Chill. This girl stole you. 2500 King Black Dragon KC dry here. Oh, boy, don't be saying that. My buddy is 200, 2500 as well. T2500 dry as well, bro. I just started today. What's my KC at? 75. Martin, hopefully you have better luck than me. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully you get some better luck yourself, good sir. Hopefully you get some better luck yourself. Ay caramba. You dodged the bullet by the sounds of it. Oh shit, my prayer. Come on. Let's go to your sister. Bro, I haven't made one comment about your sister, dog. I hope you noticed. I haven't made one comment about your sister. You brought her up, not me. Yeah, Power Mans are heading torso. Let's go. Let's head dub. I noticed you must be very ill. Nah, I just, you know, didn't want to disrespect you. In the very end of the fight. What game? The Sun? Cold War? Fortnite? Oh. Fair. Roblox is better? I don't know about that. Come on, I gotta kill him here, please. Before I have to repot. Oh, before I have to repot. The dog stepped on a bee? That's rough. Imagine swallowing a bee. I got stung in the eye one time. My fucking face was so swollen, my glasses wouldn't fit on my head. That's hilarious. Okay, let's... I got more Mike and Ike's, had to re-up, had to go see the supplier for the Mike and Ike's. Fuck. That sounds bomb. The flavoring that they use in those things are just top notch. It's like the most artificial flavoring, but it tastes so good. You know what I could go for right now is like 2 fresh, like really big cookies, and then like a slice of like Ben and Jerry's in between it as a little ice cream sandwich with 2 fresh cookies. Oh god. Fine. Please go. There you go. Damn. This is a really successful run. Whoa. Oh, I just fucked up so low. Oh, this man's just melting me right now. My goodness. Goodness. I don't know if I'm getting this kill here. I might, because I just used my super pot, but... we go. That's what I'm talking about. No, give me another 22. Ooh! Nice. Okay, he's got 29 health. We got this in the bag. Health. You'll get there, Alex. Slowly but surely, you'll get there. Slowly but surely. Antidote. You think he'll stream forever? For a while. Hey, well, let's go. Alex, Paul, and myself won. Dude, I don't think I've won. I lost one thing today. Wow. That's next level. Paul's chill, yeah, Paul's cool as fuck. Badge sniffer, as I refer to him.
Porch pirates are the lowest kind of criminals out there, resorting to stealing packages right off other people's doorsteps. But what happens when these criminals are caught in broad daylight and arrested by police officers?
I'm gonna tase you right here, right now.
We found the most shocking examples of this, starting with one of the most satisfying criminal takedowns of all time. In May 2023, the fight against porch pirates was well underway, and delivery drivers had been made aware just how prevalent these criminals were across all of America. That's why this heroic driver took it upon himself to defend the property of this homeowner, and luckily for us, it was all caught on camera.
I ain't got shit, bro. Why you talking to me? You took that man's shit, bro. Yes, you did, bro.
After catching the porch pirates taking the man's package, this driver chased him into a local resident's backyard, leapt over the fence, and with adrenaline running high, confronted him about the theft.
Whoever took that man's shit, go give it to him, bro. For the bitch was, and for the bitch that was that bitch. Don't tell that man that. Don't tell that man that. Don't tell that man that, because that's my dog, bro. I know, bro. Don't tell that man that, bro. It was the girl.
It turns out this isn't the guy with the package, hence the driver's demands to know where his partner is. But being trapped on camera with a good Samaritan wasn't where this thief's nightmare ended, as just seconds later, the property owner turned up and demanded he explain himself.
You owe that man. Oh, God. I don't give a fuck. Get your ass over here, bro. Don't make me pull your ass over, bro. Come on. I don't give a fuck, bro. I see you and the other dude. He gonna call the police, bro, God. I don't give a fuck. You was with her, bro. Where's she at? Where's she at?
It's 132. That's the apartment number.
Go, bro. You got to, bro. Or He called the police, bro, my mouth.
The driver threatens to call the police, which seems like more than the thief is willing to risk, and he gives up his accomplice's address. Not only is this driver trying to defend the homeowner, but he's also defending his own job, as he's got no idea if he'll be charged by his work for failing to deliver the package successfully. Evidently, though, this was a pretty amateur job as far as porch pirates go, so let's instead take a look at a more serious scam ran by possibly the most immature criminal you've ever seen.
What's going on?
He's under arrest and you're under arrest.
Mommy!
In November 2023, multiple calls were made to Ohio claiming that their packages had been stolen right off their doorstep. Security reported the same thing. A male figure wearing a ski mask, running up to the porch, stealing a package, and then fleeing in a Chrysler minivan. Local cops managed to link the same van to 7 thefts in the area before tracking down the minivan owned by 23-year-old Taylor. So they pulled over the vehicle and decided to ask her a few questions.
Because I don't know why are we being asked if we have guns?
Well, stop right there. First off, you're driving without any taillights. Second off, we keep getting reports of people stealing packages off the porches. Where all these boxes come from?
We were building gingerbread houses. I got them out the recycling. I just stopped right there and got some.
From where?
Right there where I just passed the police at.
It's hard to tell if this was a story she'd thought out before or one she made up on the spot, but either way, it needs some work, as it's certainly not explaining away the mountain of Amazon packages she's got sitting in the back seat. But surprisingly, it's what's sitting in the front seat that the cops are the most concerned with.
He's underage. He's only 15.
Okay. So when we go watch these videos from all the ring cameras,
Gingerbread
off the
houses.
porches, is it going to be him? Because he's wearing a mask, just like the person in the video.
No, that's because he keeps his hair down.
So he's wearing a ski mask because he
And
wears
it's
his hair
cold
down?
outside. Yes, it's cold.
He's in a car. Why would he be
He's the one who does my delivery.
Do you have a driver's license on you?
No, sir. My mom does. Can I please just have her? Mommy, please come here. Mommy. I'm sending you my location.
Are all these boxes empty?
Some of them are.
Which ones aren't?
I don't know. There was some in the trunk.
Can we look at
Mommy.
them?
According to Taylor, the boy sitting in the front seat does her deliveries for her, but the story is far from adding up. As the second the cops begin to question her, she starts screaming for her mom and seems on the brink of tears.
No, Mommy.
Can you open the doors for me?
What's your name?
I'm scared. Taylor, can I please step out?
Calm. Just sit down. Just calm down. Taylor.
Mommy, please come here fast.
Last name.
Nicole.
Nicole?
Yes.
Sit down.
Hold on, I need to breathe. I'm sorry.
Ah,
I
never
have
mind.
bad
I
anxiety.
shouldn't show
Mommy,
her.
can you tell them?
I shouldn't show her on
I'm
stream,
trying
never
to.
mind.
You're not.
I'm sitting
You
down.
need to start listening. Okay?
I'm trying to, sir. I'm sorry.
Taylor and Nicole.
My anxiety's really bad. I'm about to faint.
If Taylor was innocent,
You
there's
talk,
really
we're going,
nothing
boys,
that
we're
should be
going.
causing such bad anxiety in someone. Police interactions can be incredibly stressful for anyone, even if they're completely innocent. But Taylor is panicking to the point where she claims she's about to pass out, and the cops have said nothing that should cause an innocent person to feel quite this scared. And unfortunately for her, there's nothing her mom can do to save her from what's coming next.
Go ahead and step out for me. Put your phone right there for me.
Mommy,
Put your phone right
what's
there.
going on?
You're being detained as well.
You doing okay? Fantastic.
No, Mommy, go to my house. Come get my phone.
Put your hands together.
My boyfriend, my dogs.
Put the
My
back-
boyfriend, my
back
dog.
your hands
Can you
together.
guys send my mom my location, please? Yes, you do.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, well, then you still need to know.
Mommy, please come give me a...
Sit down right here for me, okay?
Please.
All right, so I got just explained to you, okay? You don't have to answer questions if you don't want to. If you decide to answer questions, you can stop at any time. If you want to talk to a lawyer before answering any questions, you can also do that.
Taylor is put in the back of a patrol car and read her rights. It's obvious Taylor is guilty from the 24 packages in her backseat, but the cop still needs to know how deep this rabbit hole really goes.
Well, I mean, how many houses did you guys hit? Because you were literally throwing packages from houses that you stole from into other houses' front yards.
No, I was not.
But you're driving.
But you driving, stupid.
I apologize, sir. I don't want to be in any more trouble. I'll do whatever.
I mean, have you been driving all over town? Did you guys just start?
No,
Has this been an all-night
I
thing?
just started. I promise.
So how do you know him?
I don't know him for real. I was just...
How old is he?
He's only 15. I have work and I have dogs and a kid at home.
So why are you out doing this?
Because I was trying to make my rent money and I was scared because the lady just texted me and told me she needed some money.
Who?
The rent lady. You could go checked my phone. She just said she needed money.
Many people don't have the money they need to survive, but they don't all immediately resort to stealing from innocent people. There's clearly more to the situation than she's letting on.
So how do you know this kid? Like, how did he get roped into helping you steal packages?
Because I was helping. His mom asked me to help her while she got on her feet, and so he was staying with me. But she didn't help me with nothing, and I'm trying. She don't. She gets food stamps from him and everything, and I've had them for like 6 months, and she don't help me, and I don't know what to do anymore.
How many houses have you guys hit today?
Not a lot,
Recognize when
sir.
people get caught and shit, they just start rambling, but completely
So
other
not
fucking
only
nonsense.
was she using a kid to help her steal from innocent people, it was a kid whose mother had trusted her with to keep safe and raise herself. Taylor spent the next 15 minutes in the back of the patrol car asking for good treatment and begging not to go to jail, but given the nature of this operation and her usage of a minor to do her dirty work, the cops will likely be treating her as exactly what she is, a thief. Taylor later appeared in court and admitted her crimes. She's facing multiple charges of theft and contributing to the delinquency of a child. Taylor faces up to $20,000 in fines and 6 months to 16 years in prison. While Taylor was guilty, at least she tried to explain her actions without escalating the situation. But this next woman decided she'd try and make things as awkward as possible, despite being completely innocent.
I'm gonna taser you. I'm gonna taser you right here, right now.
An employee at a grocery store had called police saying they believed a woman had stolen a large amount of groceries. When the officer arrived, things got out of hand quickly, but for the last reason he expected.
Do you want to sit in my car?
No, I don't want to sit in your car, and I'm not sitting in your. No, it's called your sergeant. No,
6 months?
You ain't seen me seal
6 months to 16 years?
I will
Yeah,
not. I don't
I will hide fucking.
Then all you want to do is not have you here.
I don't steal.
Then show me your receipt.
I won't do that.
Then show me your receipt.
I won't do that.
This is an infuriating piece of footage that becomes even worse when you know the full context behind it. When the cop arrived, he politely let the woman know what she was accused of, to which she responded by saying she had a receipt, but for some strange reason, she's refusing to show it to the cop, leading to a heated argument that could reasonably be stopped at any moment.
Do you realize you can go to jail for that?
Oh, I realize if I stole it, but I don't steal.
You're not cooperating.
I'm not cooperating because you ain't got no probable cause because they said something. Go watch the camera first.
Ma'am.
I'll walk back in there with you and go watch the camera. No, I'm upset because I see this every day.
I don't have access to the camera.
So how they gonna say I stole it? They didn't see me steal.
Ma'am, what is your name? What's your name? Come down. What's your name?
No, I see this.
Yo, listen to this calm. Calm down.
Do you think I want any trouble right now?
But do you know how many people done walked in that store while you out here bothering me that you're stealing?
Ma'am, they simply asked if you had a receipt. They didn't see you go through a register.
But why don't they go through all the registers and ask the people if they seen me?
Ma'am.
Let's walk back in.
Where's your receipt?
Come on, let's walk back in there.
Bring your receipt.
Let's walk back in.
Do you have your receipt?
Let's walk back in there.
Just show me your receipt.
No, because I'm not going to do that.
I'm not letting you go back in the store.
Okay, then,
Is that your receipt from today?
It is, but I'm not showing because I ain't got no y'all can't make me show nothing.
While the officer physically has no way to force her to show any evidence, he does have the ability to search her if he suspects her of a crime. However, he decides not to at this moment, but instead of calming her down, she starts to get even more riled up and now begins to accuse him of racially profiling her.
Why are we arguing about this?
I mean, I don't think it was him that racially profiled. I think it was the store.
Everybody that shops in here is black.
No, everybody ain't.
Well, most of them are.
They is.
We can profile anybody.
I see y'all up here every day bothering people.
I don't bother anybody.
Yo, peace out, man.
No,
Show me the receipt. I ain't showing you no receipts.
That means they saw me steal.
They didn't see you go through a register
so
and pay.
why not do that? Protocol is
Step out of the car.
To go look on the camera.
Step out of the car. Step out of the car and come with me.
I'm not stepping out no car.
Then you're gonna go to jail.
Well, then you're gonna have to take me to jail.
Okay, step out of the car.
I'm not stepping out no car.
Okay. You got all these kids in here you left in here by yourself. Do you want me to push this further? Well, you went in the store?
They're not little kids.
Oh, they are little kids. And you left them all in the store. And what are you gonna do when you go to jail and they're all here? So I call DCF to come get them all?
My mama stay right around the corner.
Okay, so I don't have to call your mom to come get them. I can call DCF.
They my sister kids. They'll call her to come get her children.
Why don't you show me your receipt?
Because
Publix and everybody in there.
Remember, there's multiple kids in the car with her too, and
Oh, who
she's
cares?
still deciding to act in this manner. After acknowledging them, you'd
I mean,
think she might start to
if she
control
didn't
herself
steal,
a little
she has
bit, but
every
instead
right
she
not to do
decides to
this.
escalate things even further.
Step out of the car.
I'm not stepping out of the car.
You have to step out of the car.
No, you have to call your sergeant or your lieutenant.
Come on.
No.
You're going to go to jail.
No, I'm not.
You're
no,
going to
I'm
go to
not.
jail.
No, I'm
yes,
not.
you are.
No, I'm not.
Give me your receipt.
I'm not giving you my receipt.
Come on.
No, I'm
You're
not.
going to jail.
No, I'm not.
You're going to jail.
No, I'm not.
You're going
no,
to jail.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
You are going to jail.
No, I'm not.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
No, I'm not.
You're going to jail.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to tase you right here, right now.
me.
I'm going to tase you right now.
Tase me.
Get out of the car.
Tase me.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
I'm under arrest for what?
Get out of the car.
I'm under arrest for what?
Turn around.
Call your mom.
Turn around right now.
What am I under arrest for?
Turn around right now for not cooperating.
Cooperating?
Turn around.
I didn't steal.
Tasing you right now. Get down on the ground. Get down on the ground right now. Get down on the ground. Put your hand behind your back right now. Right now. Give me your other hand.
Even if the woman wasn't suspected of any crimes at all, she was still refusing to follow the officer's orders and batting his hands back. It probably wasn't the best decision by the cop, but under the circumstances, it's at least understandable.
I'm at you
But even
right
after she's
now.
been handcuffed on the ground, the woman continues to scream and shout about everything.
I didn't steal nothing. It is. It's fine. My dad worked on the police department.
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh, cop, I agree.
I got
Go away, ma'am. Go away.
Keep recording.
Idiot. Oh, yeah.
Recording, ma'am.
Stand up. Now you're going to jail. Hey, guys. Just stay there, okay? I'll be with you in a second.
You think I'm gonna go and steal some chips? Oh, cause I'm black, almost there. Can you
Go.
call my family?
Walk to the car.
Stop doing that to me
Walk
like
to the
that.
car. Cooperate.
I am cooperating.
Walk to the car.
Can you call my family for me?
Walk to the car.
Y'all so stupid. I'm kidding. I'm NAACP. I guess I'll
That's
be
what you
rich.
wanted. That's all you wanted.
I guess so.
So.
I guess you gave me
Here you
what I
go.
wanted.
Yeah.
The woman was then taken to the police station and processed, but it was quickly discovered that she did actually have a receipt on her that proved she'd purchased everything she was accused of stealing. If she'd have just handed it over when she was
Yeah, but the
initially
cop has no
asked,
right
this
to
entire thing
shoot
would
her
have
with
been
a taser
avoided.
for no
Instead,
reason.
though, she decided to sue the grocery store for $50,000 in
grocery store
damages
sued the
after the
police.
entire ordeal. But the case was dismissed with prejudice by a
police,
judge
motherfucker!
just months later, meaning she'll never be able to use this incident against the store or the cops ever
Oh
again.
my god, she fucked up. She tried suing the store. Sue the cops, you dumb motherfucker. He's the one that tased your ass. Oh my lord, what the fuck? Whoever told her to sue.
Show up home from work.
What in the fuck is that?
Porch pirates are the lowest kind of criminals out there, resorting to stealing packages right off other people's doorsteps. But what happens when these
Fucking laser beams.
I feel like these days in Apex, heirlooms have really lost their way. But a lot of you
Agreed.
might not know their weird history and the moments Respawn actually gave people free heirloom shards. So let's go over the evolution of heirlooms, because honestly, this surprised me. A lot of you might not know, Wraith's heirloom came out the second the game dropped. So Wraith's heirloom had no collection event, and Respawn actually didn't figure out collection events until Season 2, where we got our very first collection event called the Iron Crown event. And this event is absolutely infamous, but there's one strange thing that will probably annoy you, as the Iron Crown event is infamous in Apex history because it was very controversial. Why was it controversial? Well, the only way you could get skins is randomly through Apex packs, and also when you finished the collection event, you had to pay $37 on top to get the Bloodhound heirloom. You wouldn't automatically receive it after spending $160 on this event. It was a rip-off, and so many people complained, Respawn had to release an apology saying that they had missed the mark, which is very strange because I can think of an event right now where you can only get stuff through packs, and it's very expensive, and they haven't apologized for that one yet. Weird. With everything they'd learned from the Iron Crown event and all of the complaints, Respawn started work on the Fight or Fright collection event, which will be the first collection event in Apex history that will become the standard for what a collection event should be. Basically, you could buy any single item you wanted to, but if you bought all
Lifeline, dude, I remember I was in the fucking hotel when I bought this heirloom. I was in the hotel building gas stations and shit.
The Lifeline shock sticks. These were
I stayed up all night playing with that shit.
But at the time, there was an issue. There was no mythic store in the game, and there wouldn't be for a bit, so if you wanted a specific heirloom, you just had to get really lucky. So say if you wanted Wraith's Kunai, you had to hope first of all that you got the 1 in 500 heirloom, and also on top that it wasn't Lifeline shock sticks and it was the Kunai. After the Halloween collection event, we got the Christmas collection event, which would release Pathfinder's heirloom. And you might not know it, but Pathfinder's heirloom bundle actually does something that no other heirloom does. It has a kill quip instead of an intro quip for the voice line, and that was the only heirloom that did that. Otherwise, it was a fairly well received collection event, albeit with a few quirks, and people didn't mind it too much, so Respawn carried on. And the next collection event they released is very important, because if we didn't have this feature, we would be mad. This collection event is the System Override collection event, which I still think is one of the best collection events ever, and it brought Octane's heirloom, but also the Mythic Store. So now if you wanted an heirloom, you could buy it individually with the newly released heirloom shards. Yeah, heirloom shards didn't exist until Season 4. That still blows a few people's minds. And it stopped situations like this happening, where people who just had no interest in characters like Bloodhound would get a Bloodhound heirloom. Luckily, we don't have to go through that anymore.
It's the heirloom for the Wraith!
After this event, for a few seasons, the heirloom evolution honestly stays very steady. We got heirlooms for characters like Mirage and Gibraltar until we got to Season 8, where we had a one-of-a-kind collection event that people still feel PTSD from to this day, because it was the Season 8 anniversary collection event, and in this collection event, they were selling heirloom shards as the final reward. The issue was, these heirloom shards were dreadfully glitched, to the point where if you unpacked shards after buying out the whole event, it would reset your heirloom pack counter, which is very bad, because if you're not aware, every single player in Apex has a guaranteed heirloom shard drop after 500 packs opened in Apex. So say you'd open 499 packs, and then you quickly buy this event, get its heirloom shards, and open another pack, your guarantee would be gone, and years of spending would be ruined. This quickly became a big issue in Apex, and Respawn felt so bad, they gave everybody affected by this 5 free packs. And on top of this, if Respawn found out this glitch prevented you from getting your heirloom shards, they would also just straight up give you heirloom shards for free, which was really good of them. And believe it or not, at another point in this season, Respawn were also dishing out free heirloom shards, but for another reason, because in Season 8 there was a major glitch going on where people just couldn't log into the game, and this was affecting a huge amount of people, and it was like kind of unexplainable, because why would you just not be able to log into the game? And this glitch was so severe, it got to the point where some players weren't able to enter the game for months, and Respawn felt so bad for these select players who couldn't get in for a very long time, they gave these players free coins and free shards. That makes me wonder though, would you quit Apex for like 2 months to get free shards? Past this point in the evolution of heirlooms though, it starts to get a little bit weird, because 2 seasons later in Season 10, Respawn released a new type of event called a thematic event, where any of the skins that were sold in this event could be crafted listed after the event ends. The one they released in Season 10 called Monsters Within had no heirloom being sold in it, which was pretty strange, but Respawn would take advantage of this in the future. Moving on though, 2 seasons later in Season 12, Apex changes up the heirloom game massively. Now anything that's under red tier rarity, including things like the Kraber, are renamed from heirloom tier to mythic tier, and this change was done in the anticipation to release a new red tier rarity thing. Prestige skins. The first official prestige skin, which was the Bloodhound prestige skin, made its debut.
This literally made me want to play Apex, just watching that video. Jesus. $80 mil XP. Nice. What's my KC at? We're at 82. We're at 82. What's the score?
This might be the best game he has all season, folks.
Yankees are just fucking destroying the Jays. Unbelievable. I'll be back in a second. Unbelievable. I wasn't in the KBD, was I? No. Thank God. 1.5 mil. Nine o'clock. 20 more. Excuse me. 20 more. $83 KC. I guess we continue on till we got 100 KC, alright? 17 away. That's hilarious. That guy immediately left the game and I'm like just running down here to die. Alright, it's a decent spot to die.
Today we're counting down 4 true crime tales with more dramatic twists and turns than a soap opera. The difference, however, is that these chilling stories are painfully real. And just wait, because you won't believe the ghastly outcome waiting at the end of the video. But first, let's discuss the unbelievable case in 4th place, which involves a small town, a beauty queen, and a killer hiding in plain sight. Nona Dirksmeyer was born on December 26, 1985, as one of Paul and Carol Dirksmeyer's 6 children. She was raised in the small town of Russellville, Arkansas, with many describing her as very sweet, kind, and shy. In high school, Nona began dating a boy named Kevin Jones, who she had known since kindergarten, and the two immediately became inseparable. Around this time, she started competing in beauty pageants, using her platform to help prevent violence against kids. Nona even volunteered her free time as a member of the Big Sisters organization. The beauty queen started college at Arkansas Tech University in 2004, majoring in music, and got her own apartment. Keep in mind that Nona, her mother, and Kevin were given keys to this apartment. Kevin enrolled at the University of Arkansas around 90 minutes away, but the couple kept up their relationship. On December 14th, 2005, Kevin came home for Christmas break to visit Nona, and they discussed their plans for the following day. Nona had a couple of finals to wrap up at school, and then was expected to meet with her little sister. Kevin had plans to accompany his mother, Janice, to a school holiday dinner in the evening. The next morning, Kevin received a text message from Nona reading, "Good morning, Cuddle Muffin. I love you and hope you have a great day."
Muffin.
Naturally, he expected to hear from Nona again when her exams were finished, but she never called. After nearly 5 years together, this struck Kevin as odd because she usually responded right away. So around 4 in the afternoon, he sent her a text message saying, "You alive?" Interesting choice of words. Kevin continued calling and messaging her phone until around 6, when he and his mother headed out for their Christmas party. During the drive, he grew increasingly concerned and contacted a friend who was out delivering pizza in the area. Kevin asked his friends to go to Nona's apartment and see if her car was parked outside. The friend reported back that her car was there and the upstairs lights were on, but strangely, Nona wasn't answering the door when he knocked. Alarmed by the findings at her apartment, Kevin and Janice went to check it out themselves. First, they tried to pry open the front door, but it wouldn't budge. And unfortunately, Kevin had forgotten his spare key at home. So they ran to the sliding glass door in the back, which Nona always reinforced with a burglar bar. But on this night, it was suspiciously missing. Kevin forced open the sliding door and ran inside, noticing blood on the Venetian blinds as he moved towards the living room. There he saw Nona lying face down in a puddle of her own blood, wearing nothing but a small pair of white socks. Kevin rushed over and, without thinking, hugged her lifeless body. Authorities soon arrived at the apartment and found Nona with several stab wounds to her neck and shoulder. But that wasn't her cause of death. She had also been viciously beaten in the head, and there was no question about what the murderer had used for a weapon. Beside the body was an extremely heavy lamp broken into 3 pieces, with blood on the base and the light bulb. Also, despite Nona being completely nude, there was no indication of non-consensual intercourse, and there was no sign of forced entry into the apartment. However, there was evidence that someone had attempted to strangle her and cut her throat before inflicting the brain-damaging blow to her head. Additionally, detectives collected an open condom wrapper from the table next to the body, but they never located the actual condom. Now, some people believe detectives dropped the ball on this case because certain blood samples were overlooked, such as those on the Venetian blinds. Furthermore, the doors and blinds were never dusted for prints, and they failed to look for any evidence upstairs. But it quickly became apparent that the police already had a prime suspect in mind for the heinous crime. Any guesses? I'll give you a hint. It was Kevin. Investigators viewed the entire scene, including his emotional reaction and the use of his mother and friend, as an elaborate cover-up. Not to mention, they walked in and saw Kevin covered in Nona's blood, which, let's face it, doesn't look good. So they brought him down to the station right away for hours of intensive questioning. They also checked Kevin's body for injuries, as Nona had defensive wounds indicating she had fought her attacker, but he had none. The distraught boyfriend never requested a lawyer and adamantly proclaimed his innocence the entire time, but the police still weren't buying it. However, investigators knew they needed to look at everyone in Nona's circle, so they started by examining her other lovers. Wait, what? Yes, you heard me right. Unbeknownst to Kevin, his high school sweetheart had been casually seeing other men, a harsh side effect of many long-distance relationships. Police stated that they also looked at anyone in the area who might have had contact with the beautiful young woman. Still, when they were all ruled out, the focus was shifted back to Kevin, who they now thought had a clear motive for killing Nona. Desperate to clear his name, Kevin voluntarily went to the Russellville Police Department on the eve of Nona's funeral. He told investigators,
So he's on the eve of the
I'll
funeral.
do anything that you guys want me to do. I'll do a DNA test. I'll do anything. He also willingly agreed to take a notoriously unreliable polygraph test, as long as he could leave in time for Nona's visitation that night, which he had helped coordinate. This choice ultimately proved a huge mistake when the polygraph examiner announced he failed miserably. He actually said to him, Kevin, there's no doubt in my mind that you killed her. 7 grueling hours later, Kevin was still at the station and had missed the visitation. Of course, many people, including Nona's parents, started speculating that he skipped the ceremony because he was guilty. But as you can see, that wasn't the case at all. Nonetheless, authorities asserted that Kevin had murdered Nona in a fit of rage after discovering her infidelity firsthand. They even held a press conference to declare that all potential suspects had been cleared but one. And we all know how news travels in a small town. Further testing showed Kevin's fingerprint and blood on the light bulb next to the body. So on March 31st, 2006, he was arrested and charged with her murder. Kevin's legal team called into question the condom wrapper, which had been tested for fingerprints but never checked for DNA. And wouldn't you know, there was some DNA left behind, and it wasn't Kevin's. Instead, it belonged to an unknown male. Now, this wasn't exactly a slam dunk for the defense, because the jury could view this evidence 2 ways. The first is that it came from a total stranger, and the second is that it fits in perfectly with the prosecution's theory that Kevin had caught Nona cheating. The prosecution and defense argued back and forth, but the entire case ultimately came down to that light bulb. While prosecutors claimed Kevin left the print after bludgeoning Nona to death, his defense maintained that he didn't even remember touching the bulb, insisting that it must have happened during the chaos of finding her body. Finally, it was time for the jury to deliberate, and while they were initially split on the decision, they returned the following day with a not guilty verdict. Then, shockingly, a local man named Gary Dunn was arrested for burglary in September 2007, and eyebrows were raised when the police recalled him being questioned during the initial investigation. He had provided an alibi and was released without incident, but detectives noticed something very alarming when they took a second glance. The date on the receipt he gave them to account for his time didn't account for the time frame in which Nona was murdered. Furthermore, Dunn had been living in the same apartment complex as Nona at the time of her death. So, the condom wrapper was retested, and authorities said the testing indicated a partial profile of Dunn's DNA was found. With the incomplete alibi, it was enough for police to arrest Dunn and charge him with Nona's murder. In April 2010, his trial began, with Dunn's ex-wife testifying that he was allegedly violent and obsessed with Nona. Frustratingly, it ended in a mistrial, and he was set free. He was arrested again in 2011 for attempted kidnapping.
What the fuck? How many times is he gonna let this guy get away with
landing
it?
him 15 years in prison.
There you go.
Well, it seems like most people have a pretty good idea of who they believe committed this brutal crime. There's yet to be justice for Nona. Alright, let's keep moving on to case number 3, and please be mindful that the details involved in this one are exceptionally tough to hear. However, an unbelievable twist restores hope that good can triumph over evil, regardless of the terrible circumstances. So on that note, let's dive in. Jennifer Hawk Pettit was born in Morristown, New Jersey on September 26, 1958. After college, she met her soulmate, Dr. William A. Pettit Jr., while working as a pediatric oncology nurse at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. William was born September 24, 1956 in Connecticut, and over time became one of the top endocrinologists in the world. The power couple said their I do's on April 13, 1985, and together they furthered their medical professions. On October 15, 1989, the pair welcomed their first child, a daughter they named Haley Elizabeth. And then on November 17, 1995, another little girl was born, Michaela Rose. Around this special time, Jennifer began working as a nurse at a private boarding school, which is how the Pettit family found themselves raising their 2 children in the idyllic and seemingly safe suburban community of Cheshire, Connecticut. In the summer of 2007, Haley was a bright and ambitious 17-year-old, preparing to head off to college.
Today.
Her little sister Michaela was a happy 11-year-old, eagerly awaiting the start of middle school. Now, let's talk about the day that changed this family forever. July 22nd, 2007. It was a day like any other, and Michaela, who loved cooking, decided to make dinner for the family. So, Jennifer drove her to the local Stop and Shop to buy ingredients around 7:30 that evening. Surveillance footage shows the pair calmly walking through the store, collecting items from their list, but it also reveals something far more ominous. Unbeknownst to the mother and daughter, a strange man had spotted them in the parking lot and was stalking them around the store. He then followed them out to their car and all the way home, where he hatched a sinister plan. Meanwhile, the Pettit family ate dinner around 8:30 and watched a television show before Jennifer and her daughters went off to bed. William chose to stay up and study some medical journals, which resulted in him falling asleep on the couch in the living room. Around 3 in the morning, the stalker returned with an accomplice and entered the home through the cellar door. The 2 intruders wore masks and were armed with a baseball bat and a rifle. As they moved around, they were caught off guard by William, who they had expected to be asleep upstairs. Without hesitation, they brutally beat him over the head with the baseball bat and dragged his bloody, unconscious body down to the basement, where he was tied up and left for dead. Then they entered the master bedroom where Jennifer and Michaela were sleeping and abruptly woke them up before forcibly moving Michaela to her own room. Next, they subdued Haley in her room and tied all 3 to their separate beds by their wrists and ankles with pillowcases covering their heads. The monstrous men then went about ransacking the home, looking for anything valuable to steal, but they were very disappointed not to find a safe. However, after locating a bank ledger stating the family's personal finances, they decided to wait until morning to bring Jennifer to the bank so she could withdraw cash. In the meantime, they went to a local gas station and filled 2 gas tanks. We'll get back to that later. The masked men returned to the Pettit home and checked on their captives, allowing Michaela a sip of water and untying Haley so that she could use the restroom. As the sun rose on Cheshire, the burglars knew William would be expected at work soon, so they forced Jennifer to call in sick for him. She did as they asked, and in a grueling moment of contact with the outside world, his co-worker wished her husband a speedy recovery and ended the call without concern. Around 9 in the morning, one of the intruders drove Jennifer to the bank while the other kept watch over the home. She was given strict instructions to stay quiet and not mention anything, or the girls would be murdered. Believing them to be motivated by money, Jennifer thought that if she did what they asked, then they would soon be gone, and her family would survive the ordeal. Still, she fearlessly scribbled a quick note on the deposit slip, expressing her dire situation to the bank teller. She wrote that she needed to withdraw $15,000 in cash because her family was being held hostage, and she urged them not to contact the police, or else they would all be killed. Of course, when someone is trying to take out a large sum of money without proper documentation...
How does that even make sense? Alert the bank. What the fuck are they gonna do? Call the police, obviously.
She called 911 and said, "We have a lady who is in our bank right now who says that her husband and children are being held at their house." Then the bank official watched in horror as Jennifer left the bank in a car with a hooded man. Rather than head straight to the Pettit home, police rushed to the bank, missing Jennifer and her captor by just 2 agonizing minutes. They made this choice based on a fleeting belief that Jennifer may have been complicit in some sort of bank scheme. Eventually, it was determined that the family was in serious trouble, so a SWAT team was called, and authorities arrived at the home a few minutes after Jennifer. Unfortunately, they couldn't act fast enough, as the intruders had already doused the home in gasoline, and before long, the entire house was up in flames. Both men ran from the front door and jumped into the Pettit's SUV, but their escape attempt failed when they crashed into a police car and a roadblock. Fire trucks had to wait until the men were apprehended before they could reach the home, but by that point, all that was left were charred remains. Now, are you ready for this twist? Miraculously, William Pettit had untied himself with just seconds to spare and crawled from the basement. He'd been beaten beyond the point of recognition and could barely speak when approached by his neighbor. He was swiftly taken away by ambulance, not knowing what happened to his wife and children. When he later woke up in the hospital, William was given the crushing news that Jennifer, Haley, and Michaela had all lost their lives that day. The two masked men, Joshua Komasiewski and Stephen Hayes, admitted to assaulting and strangling Jennifer to death. Furthermore, an autopsy revealed that both daughters died from smoke inhalation, but not before Michaela had endured a violent attack. Authorities speculate that Joshua had developed an obsession with the young girl after spotting her at the grocery store. This horrific crime devastated the town and had many people questioning the actions taken by police. For starters, there was a 33-minute gap between when Jennifer left the bank and when the house erupted in flames. Additionally, the police chief had directed all units to stay away from the home until he arrived on the scene. And there was a delay with the SWAT team because they forgot their bulletproof vests. While it's hard to say whether or not a change in these actions would have saved lives, it's easy to see why people were all up in arms. In September 2010, Stephen's trial began, with Joshua's trial the following year. William Pettit testified in both, and the men were sentenced to death. However, capital punishment was overturned in Connecticut in 2012, so their sentences were commuted to life without parole. Instead of allowing this tragedy to define him, Dr. William Pettit eventually remarried and pursued a political career. He now represents Plainville and New Britain in the Connecticut House of Representatives. Finally, from the ashes of the Pettit family home came a stunning memorial garden filled with Michaela's favorite flowers, 4 o'clocks. Dartmouth College also dedicated a portion of its Life Sciences Center to the memories of Jennifer Hawk Pettit and her 2 daughters. I think it's clear to see how deeply impacted this tight-knit Connecticut community was by these untimely and tragic murders. I know, it's hard to come back from that one, but we still have 2 more shockingly twisted cases to cover. And believe me, this next one will blow your mind. Robert Birnbaum and Gail Katz.
Bro, that guy just looks like a lunatic. Holy shit. The story is who said this stole shit. What? Oh, well. Die. I shouldn't have fucking interrupted.
The 1980s and hit it off right away.
Looks like an 80s
she was
picture.
Young, beautiful, and motivated, working a series of odd jobs in Manhattan while studying to be a psychologist. He was a good-looking, charming, and intelligent surgical resident with passions for cooking, skiing, and flying planes. It seemed to be a match made in heaven, but unfortunately, someone was hiding a dark secret. Nevertheless, Robert, who often took his dates on romantic flights, swept Gail off her feet, and the two were married in 1982. They moved into a lavish Upper East Side apartment, but it didn't take long for some major red flags to emerge, and before long, Gail's family began expressing their concerns over her well-being. On one occasion, Gail called her sister sobbing and told her that Robert had tried to drown her cat in the toilet. But instead of opting out of the toxic relationship, she said, "I'm smart, I'm loving, my love will cure, this is going to work out." Then in 1983, Robert snapped and choked Gail into unconsciousness after catching her smoking on their balcony. She reported the incident to a local police precinct, but frustratingly, nothing happened. Desperate, Gail urged her husband to meet with a therapist, who wound up writing her a letter warning her that Robert could be capable of murder. Finally, she said enough was enough. Gail told her sister that she planned to leave Robert, but that time never came, because on July 7th, 1985, Gail disappeared without a trace. Gail's worried family pleaded with Robert for any information on her whereabouts, but all he said was that she left their apartment in the middle of a heated argument. He claimed not to have seen or heard from her since, but Gail's sister was immediately suspicious of the esteemed surgeon and stated in an interview, She's not with me and she's not with my parents. And at that moment, I know that my sister's dead. When months passed with no word from Gail, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office started an investigation. However, it was impossible to charge Robert
pretty cold,
without any
man,
evidence or a
coming from the
body,
sister, damn.
and the case slowly
Tokes up,
went
chat?
cold.
Tokes up?
But then,
Tokes?
in May
Anybody?
1989,
Anyone
a
at
glimmer
all?
of hope emerged when a human torso washed up on a beach in Staten Island. However, DNA forensics weren't yet available, so investigators had an X-ray technician compare Gail's old chest X-rays to the torso, and they concluded this is Gail. Meanwhile, Robert seemed unfazed by his wife's disappearance, as he was busy partying and picking up women. In 1990, he moved to Las Vegas, began his own plastic surgery practice, and formed a new relationship with Dr. Stephanie Youngblood, who reported that their first year together was perfect. Eventually, Stephanie left Robert after witnessing his rage firsthand, but he wasted no time and quickly started dating again. In 1996, he married a gynecologist named Janet Shallett. The pair relocated to North Dakota, where they had a baby girl together, and Robert became something of a local celebrity after saving a young boy's life at the North Dakota State Fair. Back in New York, detectives were revisiting cold cases when they realized it was now possible to test the DNA from the torso found nearly 10 years earlier. Unfortunately, Gail's family received the gut-wrenching news that the torso did not belong to Gail, thus ripping away any closure they had found. The determined investigators began re-interviewing anyone close to Robert, and one person's statement stood out from the rest. A former girlfriend from back in New York told detectives she had been with Robert when he got a phone call from Port Authority police saying they might have found Gail. After hanging up the phone, he ominously told her, "I doubt it's Gail." Furthermore, the lead detective on the case uncovered a truly shocking clue that would take this investigation to new heights. Literally. He found that the doctor had rented a plane from the New Jersey airport on the exact same day Gail went missing. Furthermore, Robert had actually doctored the flight log to make it look like he had taken the plane out the following day. So finally, the pieces to this twisted puzzle were starting to come together, and investigators could proceed with their case against Robert. 15 years after Gail vanished, a grand jury charged Robert with second-degree murder, and at long last, the case went to trial. However, with only circumstantial evidence, it wouldn't be easy to convict him of murder.
What?
Moreover, the jury was skeptical about whether or not Robert could have physically flown the plane
Get going, little
and
guy.
pushed a body out of it
Go, Simon.
simultaneously.
Go,
But the
go,
prosecutors
go.
recreated and recorded the scenario, demonstrating to all that it
Did he?
was entirely possible. And you know what? It worked. Despite the defense's best efforts to blame Gail's disappearance on mental instability and drug problems, Robert was found guilty of second-degree murder on October 24th, 2000. The ruthless yet sweet-talking killer was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison and has tried several times over the years to have his conviction overturned, thankfully without any success. But then, after decades of maintaining his innocence from behind bars, Robert dropped a major bombshell. During a parole hearing in December 2020, he stunned everyone when he finally confessed, proclaiming, "I wanted her to stop yelling at me, and I attacked her." He then went on to say he strangled Gail and went flying. Horrifically, detectives have since disclosed that they believe Robert used his surgical skills and took his time dismembering the body before renting a plane and dumping it somewhere between Montauk Point, New York, and Cape May, New Jersey.
It is,
While her body has never been found, Gail's family believes her spirit has found its eternal resting place in an extraordinary nonprofit organization called Gail's House. Beyond honoring her memory, it was initiated to raise awareness surrounding domestic violence and to provide support for women in need. All right, we made it to the top of our list. And believe me, this last case will take you on a twisted journey you won't soon forget. Ready or not, here we go. We're traveling back in time to October 17th, 2006 in New Orleans, Louisiana.
I don't know where it is.
The Omni Royal Hotel looks out his window after hearing a loud thud and is horrified to see a man's body lying on the parking garage roof below. Police rushed to the rooftop and found the fatally mangled body of 28-year-old Zachary Bowen, an Iraq War veteran who had apparently jumped 5 stories to his death. As they surveyed the scene, detectives located army dog tags, house keys, and a folded-up note in Zach's pocket, reading, "This is not accidental. I had to take my own life to pay for the one I took. If you send a patrol to 826 North Rampart, you will find the dismembered corpse of my girlfriend Addie in the oven, on the stove, and in the fridge, along with full documentation on the both of us and a full signed confession from myself." Wait, say what? Beyond the very unexpected admission, it was clear that Zach had been living with some demons based on the 28 cigarette burns found on his body. He wrote that they were meant to symbolize his shortcomings in school, jobs, military, marriage, parenthood, morals, and love for every year of his life. However, according to his friends, Zach appeared in fine spirits the day before his lethal leap. So what happened? Well, hotel security footage captured him drinking for hours at the Omni rooftop bar before eerily pacing back and forth by the railing. It appeared as though he was contemplating his fatal choice. But then, at around 8:30 in the evening, cameras rolled as he suddenly threw himself over the edge, leaving behind a mess of unanswered questions. Of course, authorities immediately went to the address in Zach's note, and much to their horror, discovered that every gruesome detail was true. In various areas of the French Quarter flat, they found the partially cooked remains of a young woman. While she couldn't be immediately identified, it was suspected to be Zach's missing girlfriend, 30-year-old Addie Hall. Now, let's talk about these two for a second. Adrienne Matthias Addie Hall was a free-spirited and passionate dance teacher, poet, and seamstress from Durham, North Carolina, who worked in a local pub as a bartender. Zach, a carefree Los Angeles native, moved to New Orleans and enlisted in the Army in 2000. He served in Kosovo and Iraq as a military policeman, earning several awards for his heroic bravery. However, his experience in the Army left him severely depressed and led to alleged increased use of drugs and alcohol. Nevertheless, after receiving a general discharge, he had no trouble finding bartending jobs based on his good looks and charming nature. Zach and Addie met in 2005 at a bar, and it's believed by some sources that they quickly bonded over a mutual desire to have a good time, which allegedly included using copious amounts of different drugs.
Bro.
Before long, they were madly in love and dependent upon one another. But then, Hurricane Katrina happened. In the time leading up to the devastating hurricane, Zach and Addie garnered media attention for their resistance to the evacuation, saying they planned to ride out the storm from home despite all warnings. Furthermore, once the storm had passed, they chose to stay without electricity, running water, or any essential supplies. While at first the couple seemingly grew closer in the chaos, many regard this as the start of Zach's downward spiral. As residents of New Orleans began returning to their homes and life crept back toward normalcy, Zach and Addie became increasingly rebellious. They enjoyed living a survivalist lifestyle without responsibilities, and when that all came crashing down, intense fighting commenced. The volatile relationship included both physical and mental abuse, with several friends expressing concern for their well-being. Some people believe things got even worse when Zach started frequenting gay bars and entered a secret homosexual relationship. As you can probably imagine,
I could have only imagined how bad it got if homies doing
breaking
that.
up with Zach, they got into a massive fight over ownership of their shared apartment. Then, in the heat of the moment, Zach snapped and strangled Addie to death. At the apartment, police located a series of strange messages spray-painted on the walls and a full written confession from Zach stating, "I scared myself not by the action of calmly strangling the woman I've loved for 1.5 years, but by my entire lack of remorse." Then, horrifyingly, they opened the oven and discovered a pair of charred feet and legs in a tinfoil-lined pan. Oh, but that wasn't all. They also found hands and a severed head in separate pots on the stove, as well as a torso wrapped in a plastic bag and packed into the refrigerator. Something of a silver lining, New Orleans Chief of Detectives Anthony Canatella denied reports there was cannibalism involved in the crime, citing an autopsy that showed no evidence of body parts in Bowen's system. Regardless, just let that sink in for a second. Now, as if this case isn't already twisted enough, Addie was very best friends with a woman named Margaret Sanchez, who appeared as a narrator in the documentary Zack and Addie. But shockingly, in 2012, Margaret and her boyfriend, Terry Speaks, were charged with murdering and dismembering a dancer named Jaron Lockhart. In any case, the tragic tale of Addie Hall and Zach Bowen's whirlwind romance in New Orleans' French Quarter is a harsh testament to how abruptly a person can snap.
That's pretty fucking crazy.
Today, we're exploring 3 cases with stunning plot twists that will leave your head spinning. We're talking about the rare instances when the truth is even stranger than fiction, and the key to solving a gruesome murder comes down to the last person or creature you'd ever expect. Nothing in this story is as it appears, and you'll find that the truth came with more questions than answers. On July 23, 2017, a 25-year-old woman named Lisa Theris was reported missing by her father, William Theris, and 2 friends to the Troy Police Department. She was living in Louisville, Alabama, and according to her father, had been missing since July 18, 2017, which was the last time they spoke on the phone. During the brief but very routine conversation, she told her father that she was just under 40 minutes away in Troy. So, who is Lisa Theris? The young woman was studying to become a radiologist at the time of her disappearance. Lisa was living in Mobile with her boyfriend, but her life took a dramatic turn after their tumultuous split in February.
Gee, I wonder who
As a
killed her.
result, she moved back to Louisville to live with her parents and enrolled at community college. Unfortunately, her family reported that following the tough breakup, she became unpredictable and began staying out late with a bad crowd. Additionally, on June 8, 2017, Lisa attended a friend's court hearing in Coffee County and was allegedly thrown out of the courthouse due to disorderly conduct. When they claimed she continued to cause a disturbance, she was arrested and booked into the county jail before being released on bail. The misdemeanor charge came with a maximum of 3 months in prison, but more likely a fine of up to $500. Sadly, this turn of events would ultimately lead everyone to believe that she was initially unreachable by her own choosing. However, when several days had passed with no communication from Lisa, it became clear that something was horribly wrong.
And I just had this guy
Adding to her
for
family
13.
and friends' worries was that Lisa was legally blind and couldn't see much of anything without her contacts or glasses. Not to mention, she had a medical condition that required daily doses of prescription medication that was left at home. The Troy police got right to work, searching the most obvious spots and talking with those close to Lisa, but they found nothing right away. Then, as concerns for her safety began to escalate, investigators learned that the last people known to have been with the young student were 2 local men named Manley Green Davis and Randall Wade Oswald.
Holy fuck.
According to the
That
police,
is a bad
both
crowd.
men were already on their radar based on previous arrests. But the real breakthrough came when police claimed the duo was linked to a robbery that had just taken place at a remote hunting lodge on Pleasant Hill Road in Midway. Law enforcement revealed the theft included ATVs, tools, chainsaws, and other items, estimated at around $40,000. While the lodge was more than 40 miles away, the burglary occurred in the early morning hours of July 19th, just hours after Lisa last spoke with her family. Suspicions continued to mount when police caught up with Davis and Oswald.
No.
They both confessed to having been with Lisa the night of the robbery, but their accounts of what happened next were wildly different. While Davis claimed Lisa had jumped out of the truck before they began ramming the metal entry gates to the lodge, Oswald accused his friend of shooting her in the head and disposing of the body in a nearby creek. Based on this new information, deputies began looking for Lisa's body and turned their focus towards a lake behind the lodge, sending in divers and cadaver dogs trained in sniffing out corpses, but they failed to locate any remains. And police weren't the only ones fearing the worst. It had now been nearly a month since Lisa's disappearance, and her loved ones started to doubt the possibility of her safe return. Davis and Oswald were taken into custody on July 31, 2017, and charged with burglary in the 3rd degree and theft in the 1st degree. Of course, they were also considered strong persons of interest in Lisa's disappearance. Lisa was officially pronounced dead, but 2 days later, a woman named Judy Garner from Florida was driving down a local U.S. motorway when she observed something strange on the side of the road. Judy saw what appeared to be a naked woman covered in mud and scratches stumbling out of the 2,000-acre parcel of woodland in Midway, Alabama. The passing motorist immediately called 911, and gave the mysterious woman a shirt and boxer shorts to put on while they waited. An ambulance soon arrived on the scene to transport the injured woman to the hospital. Yes, it was Lisa Theris. Weighing 50 pounds less than when she went missing, Lisa was barely alive and covered head to toe in insect bites, sunburns, and poison ivy. Doctors estimated that she wouldn't have lasted more than another day or two outside in her condition. After recovering, Lisa spoke to several news channels and offered a bizarre story about her ordeal, claiming she was drugged by Oswald and Davis and left naked in the middle of the woods. As it turns out, the two men were so sure she was dead that they started outright accusing one another of killing her. The brunette reportedly survived in the dense mixture of forest and overgrown fields by eating berries and wild mushrooms, omitting the brightly colored ones, and drinking muddy stream water. However, investigators and the public alike questioned her explanation and sensed that there might be more to the story. Some argued that she wasn't in the condition of a blind person stranded in the forest for a month, and that the likelihood of her surviving on berries and mushrooms alone is very low. Plus, a few internet sleuths suggested that the berries she claimed to have eaten didn't grow in that area. Oh, and the patch of woodland she was said to be lost in contains various hunting tracks, hides, and power lines that lead directly out of the brush. Even at its widest point, which is several miles south of where Lisa was found, it would take less than a single day to walk from one side of the parcel to the other.
Yeah, that's sus as
Though, of
fuck,
course, you must take into consideration that Lisa was legally blind. Additionally,
That's fair.
Lisa was due to appear in court right around the time she
That's
vanished on a
fair.
misdemeanor disorderly conduct charge.
That's
The
not-
criminal charges against her were dropped several weeks into the search when the court presumed she had died, but police found it suspicious that she emerged from the woods just 2 days later. Lisa maintains that she was not
Yeah.
abandoned in the forest by her own choosing and insists that her wounds were far from superficial. Images from the hospital clearly depict how her skin was left cracked from dehydration, but that doesn't explain to the police how she found herself in such a grave position in the first place. As the investigation continued, police openly started speculating that they believed Lisa's disappearance was caused by hallucinations brought on by taking meth. With so many unanswered questions, the local sheriff had still not ruled out charging Lisa in relation to the robbery. In any case, the fact that Lisa managed to navigate through the harsh wilderness with impaired vision and no clothes for 25 days, using
pretty
only the
crazy.
help of a staff she crafted from the roots of a tree, is nothing short of miraculous.
That's pretty crazy.
Let's move on to our next case. It's
That chick
equally
wanted to
unexpected
live.
and heartbreaking. However, through the unbearable sadness surrounding this story, there lies a glimmer of hope for other cold cases in the resolution. On September 19, 1964, Angela Samoda, or Angie as she liked to be called by friends, was born in Alameda, California, to Frank and Betty Ruth Samoda. After graduating from high school, she decided to enroll at the Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. In 1982, at the start of her freshman year, the bubbly Angela was matched with her roommate, Sheila Wasaki. The two weren't exactly
Wasabi.
fast friends, but this pairing would later be the key to cracking this case wide open. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The young scholar thrived in college as the social chairman of the Zeta Tau Alpha sorority, while studying computer science and electrical engineering. However, Angela's first semester with her roommate was a little rocky, as she had a boyfriend
I
that
think
Sheila
I
wasn't
pissed so bad.
particularly fond of having around all the time. Once she broke up with her bothersome boyfriend, they became much closer. Roughly 2 years into college, Angela began dating a construction site manager named Ben McCall. He was a little
Ben
older, which
McCall.
inspired her to seek independence outside the dorms and move into an off-campus condo. Now, let's move on to October 12th, 1984. Angela decided to go out on the town that night with two people, her friend Anita Kadala and a man she recently met at a bar, Russell Buchanan. Russell was a 23-year-old with a degree in architecture preparing to head off to graduate school. According to Russell, the trio bounced between different bars before spending a significant amount of time at Lakewood's Boardwalk Beach Club. They kept the party going at Shannon Wynn's Nostromo restaurant, where Angela used her charming personality to get them into an upstairs club called the Rio Room. They had a few drinks and danced until around 1 a.m., when they all decided it was time to head home. It was reported by a Rio Room employee that Angela didn't appear intoxicated when she left that night. After dropping Russell off at his house, just 5 minutes from her condo on Amesbury Drive, Angela proceeded to bring Anita back to her dormitory. Anita originally intended to spend the night at her friend's place, but changed her mind after learning that Angela planned to wake up early that morning for a football game. That last-minute decision would undeniably haunt Anita for the rest of her life. From there, she drove a full 30 minutes to her boyfriend's house just to say a quick goodnight before heading home.
Quick
Shortly
goodnight,
after she left his place at around 1:45 a.m., Ben received an alarming phone call from Angela's condo. He stated that she was speaking in some sort of odd code to him at first, before outright saying, "I need you to just talk to me, I'm freaked out." It was suddenly clear to him that something was very, very wrong. Angela nervously explained that a strange man knocked on her door and asked to use her bathroom. Immediately, Ben began rattling off questions, asking things like who this man was and if she was okay. But before he could get any answers, Angela abruptly said she would call him right back, and the line was disconnected like something straight out of a horror film. Naturally, Ben is losing his mind at this point and starts calling Angela's condo over and over again. No answer. He jumps in his truck and speeds over to her place, continuing to call Angela using his mobile car phone. Still no answer. When he arrived at the condo, Ben noticed that Angela's Toyota Supra was parked in the drive, and there was no noticeable movement from inside. He began to knock furiously on her door while desperately shouting her name, but to no avail. Ben was left with no choice but to run back out to his truck and call the police. Well, since it was the 80s and 911 wasn't widely used yet, he technically had to call information first to get transferred to the police. Authorities were on the scene right away at 2:17 a.m., among them a 20-year-old female rookie cop named Janice Crowther, who took the call. She contacted the condo manager to unlock the door and swiftly made entry. She made a note of Angela's shoes, which were eerily placed in the kitchen, before hearing her partner call out in a frightful tone from the bedroom, "Hey Janice, I found her." Upon entering the room, they discovered the bloody, lifeless body of Angela Samota, sprawled naked across her bed next to a giant stuffed bunny rabbit, with both legs draped off the side of her bed and her big blue eyes wide open and fixed. The once bright and energetic young woman had been brutally assaulted and stabbed a total of 18 times. The fatal wound was to her heart, which was viciously stabbed entirely out of its cavity and described by police as lying on top of her chest when she was found. Even more disturbingly, authorities suspected that the entire attack occurred while Ben was right outside her condo, trying to get help. DNA samples in the form of blood, semen, and fingernail scrapings were collected, but since it was the 80s, there wasn't a ton of use for them, yet. However, they were able to determine that Angela's attacker was
being that guy, bro.
non-secretor,
That'd be so
meaning the fluids
traumatizing.
belong to an individual that doesn't leave behind the antigens that distinguish their particular blood type in any of their secretions. This discovery was a vital piece of evidence because more than 80% of men are secretors. Of course, police had some suspicions right off the bat, starting with Angela's ex-boyfriend that Sheila disliked. But upon discovering that both he and Ben were secretors, the two were ruled out as suspects. That left just one name, Russell Buchanan. The following Monday evening at around 6 p.m., authorities interviewed Russell, who was still all dressed up in a suit from working. Police thought it strange that Russell claimed to have no idea Angela was dead, as it had already been on the news for a few days. Russell explained that the morning after they went out, he woke up early and left town for a wedding, then went directly to visit his family in Houston before heading home to study without ever watching the news. However, he was fully cooperative with the police, agreeing to take a polygraph test and even allowing them to search his home without any conflict. He passed the polygraph test, but authorities were a bit baffled by the excess of knives and old spears found in his home during their search. Russell claimed they were souvenirs from his roommate's 2-week African safari trip. Over the next 6 months, Russell was brought into the station periodically for questioning, but nothing was changing, and eventually he was forced to get an attorney. Then police got word that Russell had been accepted into a London grad school, and with no charges against him, they began scrambling to find a way to keep him in Texas. That's when Sheila Wasaki came back into the picture. Grasping at straws, police reached out to Sheila in hopes of gathering some hard evidence against the man they were convinced committed this heinous crime. And desperate to get justice, Sheila agreed to help. Sheila wore a wire and met Russell for dinner to see if his story matched up. Unfortunately for the police, their attempt to coerce a confession out of him using Sheila as bait failed when she reported back the same story he'd been telling all along. Unable to obtain the evidence they needed to indict him, Russell was free to move out of the country for graduate school, and Angela's case went stone cold. Sheila dropped out of school shortly after the murder and moved to Nashville, where she married and had 2 sons. Still, she remained haunted by the murder and grew increasingly frustrated by the lack of justice for her friend. Meanwhile, Russell eventually graduated and moved back to Dallas to start his own thriving architecture career. Understandably, his success bothered Sheila, who, like the police, fully believed he was guilty. On a random day in 2004, Sheila was studying for Bible classes when she said Angela suddenly appeared standing at the end of her bed. She spoke firmly to Sheila, explaining that her killer was still out there, and it was up to her to find him. Following the supernatural incident, Sheila became obsessed with finding answers, continuously reaching out to the Dallas police and urging them to reopen her friend's case. She called more than 750 times in a single year, but authorities insisted over and over that it was a lost cause. Deciding to do all she could to solve her friend's murder, she went out and earned a private investigator's license. At long last, in 2006, after tasking Detective Linda Crum with the case, the Dallas police began taking Sheila more seriously and agreed to reopen the investigation. Frustratingly, it was discovered that the evidence left in storage contained enough material for modern DNA testing. And in 2008, they got a hit. Linda Crum called Sheila and said the 3 words she'd been waiting more than 20 years to hear. "We got him." Sheila was expecting to hear the name Russell Buchanan, but that's not what happened. Instead, Linda Crum named a total stranger. Donald Andrew Best Jr. is the man who brutally stabbed Angela Samota to death. In a split second, Sheila's entire world flipped upside down as she realized that she'd been fighting to put the wrong man behind bars all those years. When the police called Russell to share the news, they were surprised to learn that he held no animosity towards Sheila or the Dallas Police Department. Instead, the celebrated architect explained that he was merely relieved to be freed from the cloud of suspicion that had shrouded most of his adult life. Speaking of which, let's talk about Donald Andrew Best Jr. At the time of his arrest, he was around 60 years old, 350 pounds, and serving a life sentence in a state prison in Huntsville. In 1978, he was charged with assault and aggravated kidnapping, but tragically, he was released on parole in 1984. It's believed he became fixated on Angela after seeing her at a bar that fateful night. His interest was taken to a deadly level when he followed her home from the Rio room. Shockingly, police believe he never intended to kill Angela, but stabbed her to keep her quiet when Ben started knocking on the door. In 1985, Bess was sentenced in Harris County, Texas, to life imprisonment on unrelated charges of assault and aggravated kidnapping. Finally, in 2010, he was tried for the assault and murder of Angela Samota. He was found guilty based on the DNA discovered at the crime scene and sentenced to death. So, after all these years, Angela can finally rest in peace in Amarillo, Texas at the Llano Cemetery. And as for her persistent friend, Sheila Wasaki, well, she thought about retiring her private investigator's license following the arrest. But when other families of tragedies began reaching out to her, she was compelled to help crack other cold cases and started her own firm, Without Warning Private Investigation. Additionally, she started a nonprofit organization called Without Warning Fight Back to educate women on assault prevention and self-defense. Sheila even made amends with Russell Buchanan, who she had been trying to convict for decades. As of 2021, the malicious predator known as Donald Andrew Best Jr. is still awaiting an execution date and remains on death row at Pulaski Prison in West Livingston, Texas. It was a dark, chilly evening in September 2008 when 63-year-old Agneta Westland took her dog on a routine walk through the woods outside the tiny Swedish village of Loftahammar. When she failed to return home in a reasonable time, her husband, Ingemar Westland, went out searching along her regular path. It wasn't long before Ingemar discovered the mangled body of his wife, lying in the snow near a forest lake with obvious trauma to her head and body. He promptly called the Swedish police to report the incident. But after leading authorities to her massively bludgeoned corpse, it quickly became apparent that Ingemar was their prime suspect. Of course, as with most cases, police will attempt to clear the victim's significant other first. But when their only other option was a mad lunatic lurking in the woods, they directed their focus solely on Ingemar. He was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife, but vehemently denied any involvement in the crime. After 10 days in jail and countless proclamations of his innocence, Ingmar was released due to a lack of hard evidence. However, he remained publicly on the police's radar for another 6 months, thus making him a pariah in his own community. The police eventually dropped all charges against Ingmar, but they failed to inform him or the community. As a result, he was forced to leave his home when neighbors began complaining, believing they were living with a murderer next door. But if Ingmar didn't kill his wife, then who did? Well, the astonishing truth came when Agnetta's forensic analysis finally returned. And to say it was a complete shock to everyone is an understatement. According to the report, there was noticeable fur and saliva on the body that police initially attributed to a dog, but boy, were they wrong. It was actually consistent with a European elk, or moose as they're known in America. So yes, authorities were officially blaming Agnetta Westland's death on an elk, and not just any elk, a drunk one. Allow me to explain. While prevalent in Sweden, these colossal creatures typically mind their own business and avoid interactions with humans at all costs. However, at the time of Agnetta's death, local gardens were overwhelmed with fermented apples, more than enough to intoxicate an enormous animal weighing 800+ pounds. Tragically, this level of drunkenness makes the males very aggressive and bold, which explains why it would randomly kick a woman to death during her evening walk. The family dog likely antagonized the elk during its feast, causing it to attack poor Agnetta. But as you can see, she wasn't the only victim in this case. Beyond horrifically losing his wife, the innocent pensioner was outcast by the very people he knew and trusted.
That's pretty wild. Poor guy.
When a young woman with a promising future was brutally murdered in a gated, high-security apartment, all the evidence seemed to point to one man as the killer. But the trial that followed would turn every aspect of this crime on its head, making it one of the most intriguing and controversial unsolved murder cases in South African criminal history. 17 years later, forensic experts and amateur sleuths are still divided. What really happened that summer evening in 2005? This is the mysterious case of Inga Lotz. Before we start, we would like to send our sincere condolences to the loved ones of Inga Lotz, who fell victim to this abominable act. Stellenbosch, South Africa is a scenic town surrounded by mountains and vineyards, located a 40-minute drive from Cape Town. With its oak-lined streets and rich colonial history, the picturesque town of Stellenbosch is both a food and wine capital and a lively party hub for students from the nearby Stellenbosch University. But in a country where crime rates are among the highest in the world, safety is an ever-present concern. It was definitely at the top of the mind for 22-year-old Fred Vanderfiver on the evening of March 16, 2005. Fred had been trying to reach his girlfriend of 5 months, 22-year-old Inga Lotz, for hours, and now he was feeling uneasy. Inga was not the type to ignore a call or a message, and the pair had made plans for that night to discuss an argument they had had that morning. Concerned, Fred phoned Inga's mother. She told Fred that she had spoken to Inga around lunchtime that day and wondered if Inga had muted her phone so that she could study. Fred wasn't convinced. At 10:18 p.m., he made one final attempt to reach his girlfriend before telling his roommate, Marius Botha, that he was driving to Inga's apartment in Stellenbosch to check on her. It was a 40-minute drive to the apartment from Cape Town, and Marius suggested they ask a mutual friend named Christo Pretorius, who lived in Inga's neighborhood, to swing by instead.
Get him out of
Meanwhile,
here!
Fred could drive to Inga's mother's to pick up the spare keys to the complex. By 10:30, Christo was outside Inga's apartment complex. No one was answering the intercom at apartment number 21. Christo asked another resident to buzz him in. Then he knocked several times at Inga's apartment door. There was no answer. And there was something that troubled him. The apartment was in darkness, but Inga's television was on. On a whim, Christo turned the door handle. It was unlocked. From the entrance, Christo had a clear view into the open-plan living room, and he saw something that made his heart stop. In the blue and white glow of the TV was the figure of a woman lying on the couch, strands of long hair draped over one armrest. Christo stepped closer. The motionless figure was Inga, but her head and face were covered in blood. Christo fled the home to the neighbor who had buzzed him in. While the neighbor phoned emergency services, Christo braced himself for the terrible task ahead, breaking the news to Fred that his beloved girlfriend was dead. Inga Lotz had grown up in a tight-knit family in the nearby affluent neighborhood of Welgemode. Her parents, Jan and Juanita Lotz, doted on their only child, who was a talented soprano singer, pianist, and scholar. Inga had excelled at both school and university, receiving multiple awards for academic achievement. For her bachelor's degree in actuarial science, she was listed among the top students in the Western Cape region. By 2005, Inga was well on her way to completing her master's in mathematical statistics. Her future couldn't look brighter. Inga's friends described her as vivacious and full of life.
Vivacious,
a deeply loving
what a
friend
word.
with an infectious laugh. She was bright and beautiful and a magnet for male admirers. Friends said that wherever she went, men seemed to fall for her. One of those men was fellow actuary student 22-year-old Fred Vanderfiver. Fred and Inga had been classmates since their first year of their degree, but had only started dating in November of 2004. They had a lot in common. Like Inga, Fred was smart and ambitious. The youngest of three boys from a wealthy farming family, Fred had graduated high school close to the top of his class. He was tall and striking and exuded a quiet confidence. After finishing his honors degree, Fred had taken a job as an actuary at Old Mutual, a prominent insurance firm based in Cape Town. And by 2005, he was living in an apartment close to his work with his friend and colleague, Marius Botha. Inga was smitten with Fred. She introduced him to her parents, who gave their stamp of approval. By Christmas of that year, Inga had told her mother that Fred was the man she would marry. At the beginning of March 2005, Inga had moved into an apartment in a new development on the outskirts of Stellenbosch.
Get him out of here.
The Shiraz apartment complex was still in the process of completion, with extensive ongoing construction. Like many gated communities, the complex had a remote control access, high security gate, and high walls topped with electric wire. Fanatical about safety, Inga had waited until the security gate had been installed on both her front door and balcony doors, and burglar-proof bars on her windows before moving in. Inga enjoyed decorating her apartment, purchasing a new couch for the living room. The couch was large, and delivery workers had to lift it onto the balcony and through the balcony doors in order to get it in the apartment, breaking several tiles in the process. Inga made arrangements with a tiling contractor to repair them. The contractor arrived on the morning of Wednesday, March 16th, 2005.
Oh, I gotta go take a piss so fucking bad, chat. I will be right back. And then when I get back, y'all better be ready to take a toke. Oh, I'm saying, whoa, almost fell over. Holy shit. Okay, Tokes up. Let's go.
Ed had left Inga's apartment earlier that morning for a course. When the contractor arrived, Inga was already on her way out the door and asked if he could return later that day. It was a hot day in Stellenbosch, and the town was buzzing with students attending their final exams before the Easter term break. Inga briefly met Fred before attending a lecture. She then had an early lunch with a childhood friend, Vimpy Boshoff. He would be the last of her friends to see her alive. When Inga returned to her flat at 1:15 p.m., she found several contractors preparing to access her balcony via a ladder. Inga let them in through the front door. By the time they were wrapping up, she was on the phone with her mother, who later stated that she heard Inga see them out the door, locking the security gate behind them. At 1:36 p.m., Inga sent a final message to Fred. Had a nice visit with Vimpy. Tiles have been laid. Miss you already. A receipt and surveillance footage would later show that at 2:55 p.m. Inga had picked up a burger from a Steers restaurant, then a DVD from a local rental store, and a magazine. She had then returned home and changed from her jeans into sleepwear-style shorts. No more calls would be made from her phone, and no more messages would be opened or sent. Inga would go silent. By 10:30 p.m. that night, Pistorius would be entering her apartment in the dark through an unlocked door. Within hours, Inga's apartment was crawling with police officers. Inga had been brutally bludgeoned in the head by what forensic experts believed to be a hammer, then stabbed multiple times in the neck and body. An autopsy would also reveal she had been struck up to 47 times. The killer had then used her bathroom to clean up, leaving a bloodied towel on the floor and blood spatter in the sink. A single shoe print in blood had been left on the bathroom floor. There was no sign of forced entry. Valuables still lay openly on display. Inga's cell phone was still on the kitchen counter. Only a knife and the remote control for the complex had been taken. On the coffee table lay an open DVD cover, the DVD still playing on the TV long past the movie's end. Forensic experts lifted a fingerprint from that cover. That fingerprint would become the most contested piece of evidence in the controversial trial that was to follow. Everything suggested that Inga had been taken by surprise while lying on her couch reading and watching a DVD, so suddenly and with such force that she likely died where she laid on the couch. A magazine still lay open at her feet, and the remote control was in her hand. But why? And by who? The savage nature of the attack suggested that it was motivated by an uncontrollable rage. This was something personal, by someone she knew. Within hours of her death, the news had hit the media, and the smiling and beautiful Inga Lotz adorned the front cover of every newspaper across the country. Inga's distraught boyfriend, Fred, moved into the home of her devastated parents, sleeping on a mattress on the floor of their living room, which he had converted into a shrine filled with candles. On the evening before Inga's funeral, Inga's mother, Juanita, wrote a message to Fred. "Thank you for all of your love, Fred. Our hearts have been broken by our angel child. Love you. Sleep well." But just days later, they would ask him to leave their home and never return. Investigating officers learned that on the day of her murder, the power had been cut to the security gate of the complex for several hours while electricians worked on installing a fan in their garbage room. That day, there had been construction workers on the premises, as well as the tiling subcontractors who had repaired Inga's balcony. But the focus of the investigation fell on the people closest to Inga, and specifically the men who had known or dated her. Among those considered suspects were Vimpy Boshoff, an ex-boyfriend named Bram Kruger, Marius Botha, and of course, Fred Vandervijf. Fred, it turned out, had an ironclad alibi. He had been at his office in Pinehurst from 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. that day, and several eyewitnesses corroborated his presence in meetings. There was also surveillance footage captured of Fred entering and leaving the building. No footage showed him leaving the building at any other time.
I was good at it.
Both Vimpy and Brom were also swiftly ruled out. Marius
alive.
Botha, however, had nothing to corroborate his alibi that he was at his apartment during the hours that Inga was killed. It also emerged that he had been in love with Inga during their first year at the university, at one point writing her a love letter described by a friend as a meter long. But there was no evidence linking Marius to the crime. Meanwhile, a man
was a
had come
masterpiece.
forward
Such a
and
good shot.
confessed
I've been thinking
to
about
Inga's
watching
murder.
it again recently.
2 weeks after the crime,
But I think I might watch like
17-year-old drug
Better
dealer
Call
named
Saul and
Venner
then Breaking Bad.
Carolus
This is why I
confessed to
get kind of like
police
a new
that he had
perspective,
killed a
you know?
female student while she lay on her couch. The couch was a detail which, at that point, was only known to police and her killer.
Zeg al van mij, ouder dingen doen dit. Hoe weet jij iemand is vermoord? Waar staat dan een vermoord? Was jij op?
Ja, toen ik daarop ging, toen zie ik met die meisje liggen.
Weet jij gaan kijken voordat je gaat hardlopen?
Toen alle hardloop, toen ik niet verstaan, want ik was getrapt.
Jij was samen met wie was je zo? Ja. Oké, Jacob wie? Heb je die meisje gezien? Als jij zei, heb je die meisje gezien? Waar had je van gezien?
Zij was voor Arjen op Rensbank, waar ze geleerd. Toen ik net die politie, toen heb ik geweten.
Wanneer opname wordt die beëindigd?
But Venner's story kept changing. During subsequent interviews, he said that he had not committed the murder, but had only witnessed it. She had been murdered on a Saturday, he said, when Inga was actually killed on a Wednesday. Venner was able to lead police to Inga's apartment complex, but couldn't point out her apartment. Venner then retracted his statement, stating that he
That was my day. It was good. I took my dog to the park.
Police dismissed the
Spent
confession.
time with my family.
By then, they were focused
Nothing
on
better.
a different suspect, Fred Vanderfiver. Police felt strongly that their perpetrator was someone that Inga knew well, a jealous, controlling boyfriend, for instance. In the minds of the press and the police, Fred couldn't have fit the profile better. Contrary to appearances, Fred and Inga's relationship had been troubled. Fred was a member of the His People Church, which held strict beliefs regarding how women should dress and public displays of affection. Fred believed that physical contact in a premarital relationship was likely to lead to sex and insisted on no intimacy with Inga. Inga was a Christian, but under Fred's behest, she joined the His People Church. Friends implied that Inga had done it under duress and was not comfortable with their teachings. On the morning of her death, Fred and Inga had fought. According to Fred, Inga had asked him if he still loved her. He assured her that he did, but agreed that the relationship had felt off for a while. He asked her to think carefully about whether she wanted to continue with him, and to write him an email telling him of her feelings, which they could then discuss that evening. Inga had written a 2-page letter, which she handed to him the day of her death after his morning lecture. It had turned out to be a loving letter, and was the last time he'd seen her alive, he said. But Vimpy Boshoff gave police a slightly different account. Inga, he said, had told him over lunch that day that their relationship was on the rocks. That morning, they had what she described as a hell of a fight, and something she wasn't sure they could recover from. Vimpy had told her that she was being melodramatic. She'd then done an about-face and said that she wanted to get engaged to Fred by the end of that year. Inga's father now said that he had misgivings about Fred from the start of their relationship. He had found him manipulative and controlling, he said. Juanita recalled having concerns over Fred as well. The very last time she had seen Inga, she observed bruising on her daughter's arms. Inga claimed that she had injured herself at the gym. but changed into a longer sleeve top to conceal the bruises. She'd also heard Inga arguing with Fred on the phone and asking him not to come over that weekend. Against Inga's wishes, Fred had turned up anyway. Later, when Inga had picked out a short summer dress for an upcoming event, Fred had remarked that it was something she was only to wear around him. And then there was Fred's odd behavior during the days after Inga's murder.
Fun way to make
On
fun
the
of
night
what
they
you
learned
were,
of Inga's murder,
so be
Fred
prepared.
told police that
Appreciate
he
that.
had been inside the Lotz family home. Juanita told police
Don't know
that
how
she
to do
had
it, though,
found
yeah.
him waiting in his car outside on the street with his eyes closed. Had he not wanted to face her? That night, he told Juanita of the letter Inga had written him, describing it as a love letter. Juanita asked to see it, hoping to see the last thing her daughter had written. Fred had refused, saying it was too personal. He later handed her a short note on a small piece of paper and claimed it was the letter. It was the kind of note she had seen Inga leave for Fred before. It read, "I just wanted to say I appreciate how special you are. Thank you for your love, support, and kind heart,
Jessica
and that
prisoner
you are
guilty
always
of
prepared to
kidnapping,
listen to
kidnapping,
my
what?
little problems. I love you very, very, very much. Good luck with your day and your week, and know that Jesus is always with you." Juanita felt that Fred was lying. This did not sound like the letter Fred had described. There had also been trouble at the undertakers. Jan and Juanita wanted Juanita's brother to identify Inga's body. But when he arrived at the morgue, Fred had already had two pastors from his church take care of it. Jan and Juanita were outraged. When Jan saw Fred moving clothes into Inga's wardrobe several days after the funeral, he asked Fred to leave. Lab analysis results for the fingerprint from the DVD were now confirmed to match Fred's. The print placed Fred at Inga's apartment after 3 p.m., roughly at the time of her murder. Police obtained a warrant to search Fred's home.
What do you mean?
There, they found a recently washed sports shoe, which, according to the forensics team, matched the single bloody footprint found in Inga's bathroom. Police now focused on the weapon. They asked Fred if he owned a hammer. Fred admitted to owning an ornamental hammer, which doubled as a bottle opener, and which was a Christmas gift from Inga's family. It had been left under the front seat of his car and had never been used, he said. But what of his alibi? Police pieced together Fred's final movements on the day of Inga's death, and they found a potential hole. Fred had arrived at Old Mutual around 11 a.m. and joined a workshop with 6 colleagues. At 1:10 p.m., he had logged onto a work computer and sent a message to Inga, thanking her for the letter. But between 3:29 and 5:14, no phone or computer activity had been initiated by Fred. There was a window of 105 minutes between 3:30 p.m. and 5:15 when no one could account for Fred's movements. The question remained, what if he had left his place of work via the company's car park? 3 months after Inga's murder, with rumors rife that police were close to arresting Fred, Fred's lawyer advised him to hand himself in to the police, but to maintain his innocence. Fred did so and requested that he be given a lie detector test. He passed. But with enough evidence to charge him, Fred was arrested for the murder of Inga Lotz. After 2 long years, the trial of Fred Vantervijver began in February of 2007. It would last 9 months, going down in South African history as one of the country's most highly publicized and controversial trials. Fred's family had sold the family farm in order to fund his defense. Of primary importance in the case was the fingerprint. Fred's family had hired an American fingerprint expert, Pat Wertheim, and Dr. David Klatzow to examine the print. Both testified that the fingerprint had been lifted from a cylindrical surface, like a glass, and not from a flat surface, like a DVD case.
Number one, he didn't label the fingerprints. You always label the fingerprint that you pick up at the scene of the crime with the time, the place, the date, and the surface on which you pick it up. He didn't do that. And those were only labeled sometimes, quite a significant time after the event, when the exact memory of what had happened and how you lifted them, etc., had faded. So by this stage now, the fingerprint was under serious attack. The net result of that was that the police then took it back for a second look to some of their fingerprint experts in Pretoria, who agreed with the defense, saying that the fingerprint was in fact not lifted from the DVD, but lifted from a glass. Now, of course, there are many glasses, and there's no problem about Fred being in the flat and leaving his fingerprint on the glass. The DVD was the absolute killer had he left his fingerprint on the DVD. And at the opening of the trial, the prosecutor, Christenus van der Vyver, strangely named van der Vyver, but spelled differently, but he told the judge that they were not relying on the fingerprint for a conviction.
No expert would be able to re-examine the original fingerprint. In a mind-boggling show of incompetence or convenience, the police had returned the DVD to the rental store.
What?
It was just one of a litany of bizarre mistakes that would be revealed, starting the moment officers were called to the scene, when at least 7 police officers were seen walking around the apartment, compromising the entire crime scene. Still, the prosecution pushed its case. They argued that Fred's movements could not be corroborated for the 105 minutes that afternoon, during which time he could have gotten into his car, which was parked in the basement, evaded CCTV cameras, driven the 29 miles to Inga's apartment, attacked her, and left within 15 minutes, before making the 40-minute journey back. The defense argued that Fred could not possibly have committed the crime and cleaned himself up in such a narrow time frame. Colleagues who had seen him that afternoon had described him as calm and relaxed. The 2-page letter Inga had written Fred was submitted as evidence of Fred having lied to Inga's parents and of a motive of jealousy. In the letter, Inga apologized for the fight they had had. She asked him how to be his perfect girlfriend and wrote that she would never cheat on him, then crossed out that sentence and wrote that she would never do anything behind his back. The defense argued that Fred's sensitivity towards Inga's parents' pain was now being used against him. Inga had referenced her father's drinking in the letter. Then there was the shoe print evidence. Superintendent Bruce Bartholomew stated to the court that Bill Bodziak, known for writing the textbook on blood evidence and shoe prints, had confirmed that the blood mark in the bathroom was made by Fred's shoe. No such claim had ever been made. Bodziak was then called as an expert witness by Fred's defense team, stating to the court that the blood mark was not a match for Fred's, and possibly not even a shoe print. As for the weapon, it contained no traces of blood or DNA, and experts testified that it did not match the size of Inga's wounds. And what of the construction workers and the tilers, the last people to see Inga alive? Police had failed to take statements from them. Soon afterwards, the construction company had been liquidated, and the illegal employees who had worked at the complex were untraceable. Police had also never shared with the defense the confession that came from Venner Carolus, who had retracted his statement after police had offered to drop charges against him for car theft if he retracted his statement. In November of 2007, Fred van der Vyver was acquitted of the murder of Inga Lotz. In his closing comments, Judge Dion van Zyl said that he had never experienced such a lack of discipline by the police at a crime scene, and sympathized with Inga's loved ones for the state failing to find someone to be held accountable.
That's crazy.
The Lotz family went on to file a civil lawsuit against Fred for emotional damage. They dropped the suit in May of 2009 and later offered a $1 million
why aren't they suing the fucking police?
With information on Inga's
Are they
death.
fucking dumb?
In 2010, Fred won a malicious prosecution suit against the South African Police Services for over $2 million. However, just 3 years later, the Supreme Court overturned the ruling. Several books have
course
been
they
written in the years since the trial. In the controversial book Bloody Lies, brothers Thomas and Calvin Mollett, two amateur sleuths, challenged the justice of Fred Vanderwyver's acquittal. Many forensic experts disagree, describing the case as the result of a broken criminal justice system in which one family were unjustly prosecuted and another left without answers or closure. Nearly 2 decades later, Juanita Lotz says the pain of their loss has not abated with time, saying, "When Inga died, my soul died."
Damn, that's heartbreaking. Come on, kill him here. Let's go. Let's go.
Today we're taking a look at 5K.
Let's see what something positive.
Let's play a game. You guys are in the booth. You're doing reviews for Major League Baseball. You have these two angles synced up. And you have to say, is he safe or is he out? Just based on these two angles, okay? Now, I'll walk you through it. Okay, the glove is going to the foot. And on the right side, I think in the next couple frames, he hits the bag. You can see, look, the very corner of the bag on the right. You can see it start to move right there. The very bottom of it moves right there. Okay, right there. I think we can positively say the foot is on the bag right there. But is his glove touching his leg? No. Now shift your eyes to the left side of the screen. Are the laces of the glove touching his leg? Could they be brushing his leg right there? Let's watch it again in live time without me going frame by frame. What do you think? What do you got? Well, here was the situation. There was 2 on, no out, bottom of the 5th. Diamondbacks were up 2, and Corbin Carroll takes off for 3rd, and the umpire says, out! And Carroll's just looking around, and catcher's excited about it, and Corbin Carroll just like, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. And the umpire says, oh, okay, Arizona's going to challenge the call. I think I got it wrong. I don't know if I got it right, but I think I'm good. And then they showed us the replay center as they were making the decision, which I thought was really cool. In international sports, you can hear the third umpire saying, rewind that back. Let me see it again. Let's compare frames. They don't do that in baseball. So I thought, let's try and figure out what they were doing. We have their screen here. This is the play that they're looking at. I was able to recreate the board here. So we have that video, and then we have that video, and then we have the next one. They never showed the second replay on the broadcast, so I don't have that. But these are the 3 angles they have here. And then if I looked over here on this screen, they synced up those 2 because those are the most telling of the 2 angles where you have to see them side by side and figure it out. And that is what I showed you at the very beginning of this. And you guys made your decision. Now, I think that he's safe, but I really slowed it down, went frame by frame, saw that base. I can't say with 100% positivity that there wasn't a lace of his glove that touched his leg in the other shot. But if I didn't have the weight of the original call, I would say I think he's safe. They have the weight of the original call, have to 100% be positive, and the original call was out, so it remained
just
out.
Been chilling, man.
And I don't know. Corbin Cowell's like, okay,
life,
all right, whatever you say.
Experience and
Sexy.
everything, you know.
I don't think that the
chilling. Over here, vibing, bro. Hey, vibing. Stoned as fuck right now. I ate a bunch of edibles earlier. Some Kelly with the other week. You're doing bongs. Where are you now, eh? Fate, because you know him well. That's what's up. It's a good friend to have around. It's a good friend to have around. Been talking to a chick. Yo, that's what's up. Love to hear it, bro. Love to hear it. Love to hear it, my man. That and then film it. Oop. Mike's cut off, by the way. Sometimes? What do you mean? Okay. Tokes up. Let's go. I got. I got. I got nothing for that. And don't know what you're talking about, Jam. My game crashed, homie. There we go. Yeah.
Warning, this story contains audio footage that may be distressing for some viewers.
Fucking grow
Hi,
up.
Dad. I might have a bit of a situation. See,
How many dragons? KT, KBD.
For a date tonight. And she started getting really aggressive.
104.
Like, it was alright at first, and like, we, you know, had sex in bed, and then after that, like, she kept drinking, and we were both drinking, and she, like, I think she thought it was like a joke or something, but she kept, like, beating me up and whatever. Yeah, and it was because she was really drunk, and like, I forced her out on the balcony, and I think she might have jumped off. Like, I've been walking around, and there are like a million cops around my building. I don't know what to do. I didn't cause this. Like, I didn't push her or anything. I'm like just walking around the area, and there's like a million cops around the area. This is really fucked up. I'm like next to Domino's. So like I didn't. This isn't my fault. I didn't do this. I was giving her my alcohol, but she was really violent, and I don't know. I like tackled her on my floor inside the building, and then I never forced her over the balcony. God no, I never do anything like that. It's really f***ed up. I don't know what to do. Like I'm just I'm walking around the area, and I just see a million cops around Avalon.
5 HP, my BBM.
This is really,
I was
really
worried
tough.
about
What does
this
this keep happening to me? Like I kind of like walk past the building a few times, and there's a million cops out there. I don't know what the f happened. It's crazy. This is f***ed up. This is so f***ed up. I swear to God, I didn't push her or anything. I just chucked her out on the balcony and shut the door because she was beating me up.
I just chucked her out in the balcony. I just fucking threw her right out in the balcony, yeah.
Alright.
The phone call you've just heard is that of 28-year-old Gable Tosti speaking to his father minutes after Warina Wright, a woman he had just met on Tinder, plunged 14 stories to her death from the balcony of his high-rise apartment. Gable claimed she had been so drunk that she attempted to climb over and fell. Police would disagree and, several days later, charged Gable Tosti with her murder. But the case of Warina Wright is anything but cut and dry. Police had found an audio recording on Gable's phone that captured Gable's entire ill-fated date with Warina. We'll take a closer look at Gable's bizarre habit of recording his dates a little later. Suffice to say that in the days and years to follow, the harrowing recording of Warina Wright's last moments would divide opinion across the true crime community. Here, we give you the facts, the uncut audio, the eyewitness accounts, and the theories surrounding exactly what happened in the final moments before Warina Wright fell to her death. Was Gable Tosti responsible? We'll leave that for you to decide. Welcome to Fear Files, where we discuss and dissect the most mysterious, terrifying, and mind-bending cases from all over the world. Before we start, we would like to send our thoughts and prayers to the loved ones of Warina Wright, whose life was tragically cut short at the age of just 26.
Damn. Same age as me, though.
Welcome to Surfer's Paradise, a coastal town on the Australian Gold Coast and one of the country's most iconic tourist destinations. With 60 kilometers of white sand beaches set against a backdrop of inland waterways and mountainous rainforest, there's little you won't find in Surfer's Paradise when it comes to holiday entertainment. Water skiing, theme parks, night markets, restaurants, caving, and treetop walks, and even the odd predatory guy with a single-minded thirst for casual sex. In August of 2014, 26-year-old New Zealander Warina Wright was newly single after a recent long-term relationship had ended. She was ready to get back into the dating scene, and with time to spare, Warina was holidaying in Surfer's Paradise for a friend's wedding. She logged on to Tinder. One profile immediately caught her eye. 28-year-old Gable Tosti wasn't her usual type. He looked like the kind of guy who spent too much time in the gym, and his dazzlingly white smile was Hollywood fake. But he reminded her of Sam Winchester, a character in Supernatural, one of her favorite TV shows. Warina swiped right. Within minutes, she had a match and a message. "You look delicious," Gable wrote. "I want to do dirty things to you." It was the sort of line
That's
that
the way,
normally would
that's
have
the way to do it,
Warina
boys.
running for the hills. When it came to men, she always valued intelligence over looks and loved a good conversation with someone who had
Clearly.
interesting opinions to share.
Clearly.
After all, she had plenty of her own. She was a passionate animal rights advocate with a ton of hobbies and interests: photography, drawing, gaming, anime. She was also known for her wicked sense of humor. Her sister and closest friend, 25-year-old Marisa, said that she was a prankster, but also the most reliable friend in the world. When friends were in trouble, they turned to Warina. Still, there was no harm in a little bit of chat. "That usually worked," she teased. Gable took the joke in his stride, and then quickly turned the topic back to sex. He asked if she could be a freak in the sheets. "Let's get drunk together," he wrote. "I'm a porn star after a few drinks." Warina wrote, "Please don't be an old, creepy, pervy dude." Gable wasn't exactly ticking all of Warina's boxes, but over the coming days they chatted some more. Gable seemed okay. He was also good-looking, and she was feeling adventurous. The two swapped numbers, and
That's
on August
hilarious.
7th, Gable and Warina
Does
met
that usually
on
work?
Cavill Avenue,
Apparently
the
so.
nightclub precinct of Surfer's Paradise. Security footage captures them greeting each other with an awkward hug. Tosti is towering at 188 centimeters, or 6'2" tall, and 90 kilos, or 198 pounds. Warina, a petite 162 centimeters tall, or 5'3", and 57 kilograms, or 125 pounds. A few minutes later, the two are captured walking into the Surfer's Paradise Tavern Beer Garden. But they reemerge a minute later and then walk to a nearby convenience store where they purchase a six-pack of beer before making the short walk to Gable's high-rise apartment. At 8:58 p.m., just 15 minutes after their first encounter, Warina and Gable can be seen stepping into the Avalon apartment building where Gable lived on the 14th floor. Over the next 4 hours, Warina and Gable would finish their beers before Gable would bring over some moonshine vodka he had distilled himself in his kitchen. At some point, the two had sex. They snapped selfies, which Warina posted on her Facebook page. At 12:56 a.m., Tosti hit record on his phone, titling the recording Session 24. The audio would last 3 hours and 19 minutes. Less than 2 hours in, Warina Wright would be dead. 28-year-old carpet layer Gable Tosti had specifically chosen his bachelor pad in the high-rise Avalon apartment block for its close proximity to bars and clubs of Surfer's Paradise. The notorious party strip at Surfers Paradise was a year-round calling card for attractive, fun-seeking women. Gable wanted quick, no-strings-attached sex, and this was the best place to get it. Over the past 3 years, Gable had slept with 270 different women. The figure wasn't an estimate. He had a handwritten log of every girl he had slept with, including the dates of each encounter. He also started making audio recordings of his dates on his mobile phone. For Gable, it was a protective measure. You just never know what might happen. In his experience, some girls were just nuts. You only needed to look at the trouble they'd caused him already.
That's wild.
He'd been given lifetime bans for at least 3 of the biggest clubs in Surfers Paradise after women kept complaining that he was creeping them out. Now, every time a new club opened, he'd often be thrown out by security guards before he'd even had a drink. Gable couldn't figure out what he'd done to deserve this, but then again, all his life he'd had a hard time understanding women and people in general. Gable had grown up on the Gold Coast, but over the years, the town dubbed Paradise had dealt him huge amounts of misery. All through school, he had been marginalized and bullied. His parents had been good to him, but even at home he felt tormented by the rituals he had established to manage his anxiety. Things improved a bit during his final year of high school.
So it's too small
he
for his
discovered
body.
alcohol. After a few drinks, his awkwardness and anxiety vanished. He made himself a fake ID so he could join his peers at clubs. Soon, everyone was asking for one. Almost overnight, Gable was the go-to guy for a fake ID. That was the year he also decided to get a ripped body to match his new image. He joined the forum of bodybuilding.com, a site for muscle sculpting enthusiasts. It would become a mainstay of his social interaction for the next 10 years. By 2014, he'd posted 5,869 messages on that forum. But things were about to go horribly wrong.
Interesting.
In the summer of 2004, Gable took his fake ID racket up a notch, selling IDs to the underage teenagers who flocked to the city to celebrate Schoolies Week. He raked in $30,000 before he was caught. When police examined his computer, they discovered his other, most recent endeavor, counterfeiting money. He'd made a near-perfect replication of a $50 note. During his court case, a psychiatrist who assessed Gable didn't mince words. He described him as ill-equipped to deal with people and someone who was a socially distant, emotionally estranged person. Tosti got community service.
Start duplicating your own money? Shit, son, look the
He
fuck
also cut
out.
off from
They don't
everyone
come for
he
you.
knew. For the next 5
They gonna
years,
come for you.
he'd live as a virtual recluse. 2010 was a big year for Gable. Now 23, he took to the forum of bodybuilding.com and made an announcement. Recently, I have decided I need to start socializing properly again and build up a network of friends, he wrote. The problem was he didn't know where to begin. Should he set up a Facebook page or track down his old schoolmates? Tips and advice flowed in. Several days later, he posted an update. He'd found an old schoolmate and they had been clubbing. He'd kissed a girl, but it had been awkward and gone nowhere. He'd only ever been with one girl, and that was 5 years ago. A week later, he posted that he'd been out again, and this time had tried a more aggressive approach with a girl. They had had sex in the back of his car. Gable worked just 4 hours a day laying carpet. He now dedicated most of his free time to
sounds like
picking
you're just
up
laying
women for
carpet,
sex,
fucking
sharing
around the
every
clock, yeah.
detail of his successes and failures on the forum. Of one failed attempt, he wrote, "Not sure what more I could have possibly done. Bought her more drinks? Would this be unethical?" He also posted every milestone. Of his 100th girl, he wrote that she had been a big drop in his standards. He just wanted to get number 100 out of the way. In April 2013, he discovered Tinder. It was perfect timing. What with the bans from clubs and his bad reputation, his local hunting ground was shrinking to nothing. But even Tinder dates weren't a sure thing. Gable posted openly about his irritation at being turned away. One woman, he said, had invited him back to her place before suddenly freaking out and insisting he leave. Gable was infuriated that some women seemed to think that Tinder was more than just instant sex. Just had a big fail streak over the weekend, met up with 4 different chicks, 3 who came over to my apartment for drinks but were totally frigid. Had a 21-year-old Tinder date come over for drinks. We were getting along fine, started kissing. I go to lift her up and take her inside from the balcony, but she totally freaks out, bolts out the door, deletes me off both Tinder and Facebook. Maybe I acted too abruptly and snapped her out of her little lust trance by manhandling her. Sick of time and money-wasting bitches, he wrote in September 2013 about totally frigid women. Every girl has Tinder now, and none of them are down to anymore. One member wrote back, "It's simple, bro. Girls can actually choose who they want to have sex with. Crazy, huh?" Other times he complained of misleading pictures. "Banged 2 girls tonight. First one was 4 of 10. Not worth mentioning she didn't look like her pics and I couldn't even finish." One member challenged him on his boasting and desperation to have sex with as many women as possible. Gable admitted that it came down to his low self-esteem. Having sex with attractive women made him feel better about himself, he said. By August 2014, he'd slept with 270 women. It was a numbers game, he said. Use the app every day and you'll find success every 5 days. He hardly had a thumb left after so much swiping. But Gable was also drinking too much. And when he did, things spun out of control. He'd recently been in trouble with the police after skipping out on paying a tuk-tuk driver. A month prior, he'd been in a high-speed police chase. When they finally pulled him over, he had a blood alcohol level of 0.2, 4 times the legal limit. On August 1st, Gable did his daily Tinder round, this time swiping an eye-catching dark-haired girl called Warina Wright. She was a natural beauty with high cheekbones and large, striking brown eyes. She was at least a 7 out of 10, possibly an 8, he thought. Gable Tosti never slept with anyone below a 7. Please be warned that the following audio could be disturbing to some listeners. 12:56 a.m. Warina Wright was normally a beer drinker. Not long after Gable hits record on his phone, she declares herself psycho drunk. Gable sounds sober. Tests later reveal that Warina had a blood alcohol level of 0.156, 3 times the legal limit. Warina's conversation becomes drunkenly nonsensical. She play fights with Gable with Muay Thai, a martial art she once learned. Despite how intoxicated she is, Gable gives her at least 2 more shots of moonshine vodka.
Call them with what? I thought you lost your phone.
Exactly.
So how are you going to call anyone without your phone?
You stole my fucking phone.
I didn't touch your goddamn phone.
You guys fucking stole my shit.
I should
So
never...
that's why I'm fucking calling you.
I should have never given you so much to drink. I thought we were going to have fun.
Well, where's my shit?
Where's your
Where's
phone?
my shit?
What's your phone number? I'll
0800 fucking psycho bitch.
It sounds like a classic night of
alright?
drinking.
I'm a nice fucking guy.
Yeah. That fucking guy was a little nutty.
Must be on the balcony.
Well, I have shitloads of money anyways. My fucking money.
Stop. Just calm down, please.
I'm not coming down
You've
because...
had too much to drink, alright?
I'm
Just...
not coming down because I've had so much to drink and I have shitloads of money in New Zealand. It's not funny. Because I'm a fucking rich in New Zealand. It's not fucking funny. And it's shitty because I fucking rule in New Zealand and it's fucking
I think she rules New Zealand, chat.
People fucking take advantage of me in New Zealand and it's shit. Because I have fucking money. It's not fucking funny. Shit! You know?
Calm down, please.
Do you know how I freak out? Because no one else has money.
Do you even remember what you were doing to me like half an hour ago? That was freaking me out. You beat me up for no reason.
Exactly.
Why?
Because you said you're a freak.
You thought it was funny or something. It's not.
No, I told you.
1:35 a.m. Things take a turn. Warina wants to go home but can't find her phone. Gable says that maybe she left her phone on the balcony. She accuses Gable of stealing it, and when he laughs, she becomes aggressive. Gable, knowing the conversation is being recorded, makes a point of saying that she's beating him up. Then suddenly, she's calm again, and she says she might go look out the window. She means the balcony. Gable replies with chilling prescience, "Don't jump off or anything, will you?" 2:10 a.m. Gable and Warina are heard play fighting. Warina starts throwing small ornamental pebbles at Gable. These are later visible on the floor of Gable's lounge room. An instant later, Gable snaps. He takes Warina down in a tackle. This time his tone turns menacing, his threats disturbing. Her voice sounds muffled, her airway constricted. It's clear that she's being pressed down face first. She agrees to leave, but Gable continues restraining her. Then comes the soon-to-be famous line, "You're lucky I haven't chucked you off my fucking balcony, you goddamn little psycho bitch."
Alright, I give up. What do you want? What do I have to do? Oh!
Damn.
Do what?
I don't understand.
Oh! What?
I don't understand, Dick.
Alright, I'll bow down.
Throws her off the balcony, bro. It'd be so painful.
That's enough. That is more than enough.
No.
You want it, you're welcome. Get up my coat.
No dragon pick yet. No.
Let's go.
He's
Fucking
it's
insane.
not about how you need.
You're
It's
fucking,
not about how.
Yeah, it is. You're fucking insane.
It's not about how you need. It's about how you give a shit now. Baby.
Drunk people, man.
I thought you were only kidding, but you're not.
You're gonna poo.
You poo. Go on. Right now. See, I thought you were kidding, and I've taken enough. This is fucking bullshit. You're lucky I haven't chucked you off my fucking balcony, you goddamn psycho little bitch. Who the fuck do you think I am? Yeah. Do your Muay Thai now. What? What? Got something to say? Say it.
Yeah.
Say it. What?
This is sexist.
Yeah. I'm the one who's injured. You don't have a goddamn scratch on you.
Seriously. I do.
Seriously, what? Seriously, what? Seriously, what? I thought you were just playing around. I'm fucking sick of this shit.
Oh, fuck, man. Alright, I'm gonna bounce. I'm fucking tired. I did like fucking so many KC today. Hope everyone has a good night. Catch you later. Yo, Rajan, just getting out of here, brother. Just hopping off. Hope you have a good night, man. Peace.